Good evening. I'm Carolyn Rye, Chair of the School Board of the City of Virginia Beach, and I hereby call this meeting to order at 6:01 p.m. on this 26th day of October, 2021. Pursuant to the Virginia State Health Commissioner's Order of Public Health Emergency statewide requirement to wear masks in K-12 schools issued August 12th of this year, and Virginia Acts of Assembly number 1303, Chapter 456, and the CDC's guidance for K-12 schools, and the school board's 21-22 reopening plan adopted August 10th of this year. It's determined that physical distancing will be used in school board chambers as a health mitigation strategy. Therefore, there is limited public seating available on a first-come, first-served basis. Members of the public, as always, are able to observe this school board meeting through live streaming on vbschools.com, broadcast on VBTV, Channel 47, and on Zoom. We do welcome both our listening and viewing public tonight, as well as all those present in person. With that, Madam Clerk, would you please take the verbal roll?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Present in school board chambers is Chairwoman Rye, Ms. Melnick, Ms. Anderson, Ms. Felton, Ms. Franklin, Ms. Holtz, Ms. Hughes, Ms. Owens, Ms. Riggs, and Ms. Weems.
Thank you. And Mrs. Manning has asked me to share. She is absent this evening due to a personal matter. So with that, I would like to ask all those present here to join me in a moment of silence. And please stand as you're able for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. So that brings us to our Student Employee and Public Awards and Recognition part of the program, and I'll turn it over to our Vice Chair, Mrs. Melnick.
Tonight, we as a board are pleased to announce the school board recognition recipients for October 26, 2021. And I'm very sorry if you would hand this to Mrs. Weems.
This evening, we are excited to begin by recognizing Michael Pollock, a health and physical education teacher at Ocean Lakes High School. Recently, Mr. Pollock was named the Driver Education Teacher of the Year by the Virginia Association of Driver Education and Traffic Safety. Each year, this award is given to an instructor who displays exemplary teaching skills and ingenuity. His creativity isn't only limited to the classroom. In addition to being referred to as a fantastic driver education teacher, Mr. Pollock also eagerly accepted the challenge to have Ocean Lakes High School become a pilot school for learner's permit testing in the school division. Over the past 3 years, the program has expanded to all high schools in the division, thanks in part to Mr. Pollock's willingness to mentor teachers at other schools so they could become learner's permit test proctors. This partnership helps reduce wait times at the DMV and provides students with a familiar place to take the test. Mr. Pollock, we are fortunate to have you here with us in Virginia Beach Schools. Thank you for your continued hard work, and congratulations again on this outstanding award.
Thank you, Mrs. Weems.
Next, we are honored to recognize James Grassano, a health and physical education teacher at Indian Lakes Elementary School. He has been named the Elementary Physical Education Teacher of the Year by the Virginia Association of Health, Physical Education, Recreation, and Dance. James, also known as Jimmy, is well known throughout Virginia and across the nation in the health and PE teaching world. He can frequently be found on Twitter or with colleagues sharing his creative activities in elementary physical education. He also has deep history in VB schools as both a student and a teacher, and is happy to call his own elementary PE teacher who still lives in who still teaches in VB schools, a colleague. Jimmy is described as having a natural ability to work with children. He can help his students moving throughout, he can keep his students moving throughout his lessons while making learning new and interesting every day. As an elementary PE collaboration leader, he is described as someone who encourages growth mindset, collaboration, critical and creative thinking, and professional growth. From this position, he has helped develop talent from within his collaboration group with licensed teacher assistants who now also work for the division. Jimmy always puts his students first and provides an exciting learning environment while enhancing his teaching with the newest educational technology. His organizational skills and vast knowledge of the craft help his classes run smoothly, even with more than 125 students 6 times a day. Mr. Grisano is currently working on his master's degree at ODU in educational leadership, and he and his wife recently welcomed their second child. Thank you for being a true example of an amazing teacher. Congratulations again, Mr. Grisano.
Thank you, Ms. Owens.
Madam Chair, this concludes the recognitions for this meeting. Thank you.
Very proud of both teachers. All right, adoption of tonight's agenda. We concluded our workshop with the consensus to add an action item, which would be 15E, an adjustment to the 2021-22 school calendar. So that's the proposed modification. Any other modifications? Okay, motion to approve, Mrs. Holtz, and a second, Mrs. Riggs. All in favor, show a raised hand, please.
Madam Chair, we have 10 ayes.
And that's all who are voting tonight, so, okay. So the motion,
So the motion did pass.
the agenda passed as modified. Thank you. All right, Dr. Spence, that brings us to the superintendent's monthly report.
Thank you, and good evening, Madam Chairwoman and members of the board. And so here are a few items of interest for you and for our families to know this evening. First, we want to recognize that this month our school division highlighted National School Lunch Week, National Bus Safety Week, Principals Month, and America's Safe Schools Week. So my sincerest thanks goes out to all staff with our food service and nutrition team, our bus drivers, our bus assistants, our bus mechanics, our bus support staff, all of our transportation team, our school resource officers, security assistants, our safe school staff, and our principals and building leaders. If you haven't had an opportunity to thank these many individuals, I want you to know it's not too late. When you see these outstanding staff members, offer them a verbal thanks, write a quick card, or share a quick post on social media thanking them for their hard work and dedication every day to our students. Up next, a reminder to families and staff that Tuesday, November 2nd is Election Day and Thursday, November 11th is Veterans Day. In observance of these days, all schools and administrative offices will be closed for students and staff. Also, Friday, November 12th is the end of the first quarter, so that day is an adjusted dismissal day for all students. As always, you can find our division calendar on vbschools.com. As you may have seen late last month, it was released that for the 13th consecutive year, the school division reached record levels regarding on-time graduation rate, which stands at 94.9% for the 2021 cohort year, and the lowest recorded dropout rate of 2.7%. The division outperformed Virginia's rates of 93% for on-time graduation and 4.3% for dropout rate. For full details about this fantastic accomplishment, you can read the full press release on vbschools.com. Tonight, I'm also honored to highlight 2 additional staff members. Both of these are from Bayside High School. They have recently been recognized by the National Interscholastic Athletic Administrators Association, or the NIAAA, as Certified Master Athletic Administrators. The recognition of a Certified Master Athletic Administrator is only obtained after accomplishing multiple educational and professional requirements, and this level is the highest of the certifications available through the NIAAA. Both staff members have displayed exemplary knowledge, contributions, and ongoing professional development in this field to earn this distinction. First up, let's recognize Lisa Corprew, Student Activity Director, Coordinator at Bayside High School. Ms. Corprew began her career in 1995 when she returned to her alma mater, Bayside High School, as a teacher assistant. Before assuming her current role in 1999, she served as an adaptive health and PE teacher, JV girls basketball, and varsity softball coach. Ms. Corprew holds a Bachelor of Science degree in Sports Management from East Carolina University and was named Athletic Administrator of the Year in 2013. And in 2014 received the State Award of Merit from the Virginia Interscholastic Athletic Administrators Association. Ms. Corprew is currently serving as a member of the NIAAA Publications Committee. So congratulations, Ms. Corprew. Your outstanding work speaks for itself, and thank you also for your many years of service to our students. Next up is Christopher D. Felton, graduation coach and assistant student activities coordinator at Bayside High School and the Health Sciences Academy. Mr. Felton is a proud First Colonial High School graduate, holds a Bachelor of Science degree in Physical Education from ODU. Currently, he's in his 22nd year with VBCPS and works tirelessly to promote professional growth amongst his fellow athletic administrators. Previously, he's also worked as the Student Activities Coordinator at Independence Middle School, and in 2011 was a Citywide Teacher of the Year semifinalist and Bayside High School's Teacher of the Year. He also holds a National Coaches Certification from the Certifications from American Sports Education Program through the Virginia High School League. Congratulations, Mr. Felton. Like your colleague, you're an excellent example for our children, and thank you for your dedication to the field and to our students. Thank you, Madam Chair. That concludes my report.
Thank you, Dr. Spence. A very nice way to end it. All right, approval of meeting minutes. This is from our October 12th, 2021 regular school board meeting. Any modifications to the minutes? Okay, hearing none, motion to approve. Mrs. Anderson and a second, Mrs. Hughes. All in favor, show a raised hand.
Madam Chair, we have 10 ayes.
So that is passed.
So it did pass, motion did approve.
And now to our public comments section. The school board will now hear public comments on matters relevant to pre-K to 12 public education in Virginia Beach and the business of the school board and school division from citizens and delegations who signed up with the school board clerk prior to noon today. Persons signed up to speak will be called up 3 at a time. The speaker is asked to proceed to line up when your name is called. For speakers outside of school board chambers, division staff will bring those speakers into the hall to line up. In-person student speakers will be called first, followed by student speakers participating through Zoom or telephone. After the student speakers, in-person speakers will be called, followed by speakers participating electronically. Speakers are asked to begin speaking once their name is called. As a reminder, each speaker has 3 minutes to present and will be given a 30-second warning before time expires. Speakers should refer to the online time tracker to keep track of their time. Once time has expired, the speaker is asked to stop making remarks and allow the next speaker to commence. If a speaker is not present when called to speak or is not online when called to speak, the school board, at its sole discretion, may allow the speaker to speak at the end of the public comment session. In accordance with newly amended bylaws, the school board will suspend public comments at 8 p.m. to hold the information session of the meeting agenda and will then return to public comments prior to the consent and action sessions of the meeting. The purpose of hearing public comments is for members of the public to address the school board on relevant matters to public education at the beach and to the business of the board and division. Comments must be in compliance with School Board Bylaw 147, and persons not called to the podium to address the board are requested to be respectful of speakers so that the board and persons observing the meeting are able to observe and hear each speaker's comments. The school board reserves the right to maintain appropriate decorum and order in school board chambers and to take appropriate actions to restore order and allow the business of the board to continue without disruption. With that, the school board, as always, invites the public to submit comments through our group email account, which can be found on our website. So, Madam Clerk, would you please introduce our first speaker of the evening?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Our first speaker will be Ure Amajuru, Vilkrim Coley, and Zoe Davis.
Hello, my name.
Welcome.
Well, thank you. My name is Ure Amajuru, and I'm a student at Princess Anne High School. I just wanted to say I understand the concern of parents and them wanting their kids to be comfortable in schools. But the values taught in households, opinion based on values that go against the overall progression of our nation, are not needed in our public school system. Opposing your child, realizing their skin color is different from their friends, that for years and still today their friend will succumb to racial injustices under a prejudiced system and they won't, is not needed in our school system. You opposing that your child will read LGBTQ stories or stories with tough topics that happen every single day in our community is not a needed censorship in our school system. Parents, you can choose to keep your child specifically from having access to these materials, but do not limit intellectual exposure for the rest of us. If you want to keep your child in an echo chamber of your personal beliefs, then go ahead. It's your right. But there lies the truth. It's your right for your child. Your sole ideological benefits should not dictate what we as students in the aggregate are exposed to. I have to face opposing opinions every day that take a toll on my mental health. If you truly want a free marketplace of ideas, banning of discourse is not only counterproductive, but leads to a non-nuanced conversation. In conclusion, you think saying white people have privilege is hate. I think acknowledging these solidified consistencies is the bare minimum towards addressing racial and economic issues in this country. We need somewhere where we can have a back and forth discussion about the issues in our schools. Somewhere that involves students, parents, community members, and teachers with no sense of superiority. We are a community. I need a place where I can make sure that things like the racial equity resolution was never written, and I could respond directly when people speak on a young girl's experiences with microaggressions and experiences in a racially divided school system. We are the future. We will be the deciding factor on whether or not all of you will be reelected or hold any power positions in the future. We, the students, are opposed to the radical censorship imposed by the few, while seeking to speak for the many. School is a place of debate. We, as students, will not stand by as this body seeks to undermine education's fundamental foundation, new ideas. Hear us, see us. It is time for us to be truly represented. This is just the
30
beginning.
seconds.
We will not back down. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Vilkrim Coley, then Zoe Davis, then Marissa White.
Welcome.
Hi. Good evening. My name is Vikram Kohli. I'm a student at Princess Anne High School in the IB program, the class president, and the president of the school's Sexuality and Gender Alliance Club. I am here to discuss my disappointment with the recent decision to remove certain books from school libraries within VBCPS. The banning of literature isn't necessarily aimed at the protection of children, but rather people in positions of authority using selective passages from books out of context to further a local political agenda. Recently, a local board member stated that various books, those which are predominantly stories of people of color and LGBTQ+ individuals, are rife with pornographic material and should therefore be removed from school libraries, and librarians allowing this material should be charged legally. In a district that already has issues with staffing, suggesting criminal charges against librarians demonstrates that the school board has established an oppositional relationship between administrators and VBCPS employees. The books spoken of were only skimmed over and mentioned that they depicted people performing various sexual acts. By taking select passages out of a memoir by an LGBTQ+ individual, a type of work that isn't necessarily abundant in school libraries, much less public libraries, they are disregarding the importance of stories that certain students, specifically those questioning their identity in this instance, can relate to. Similar things were said about Beyond Magenta, Transgender Teens Speak Out, a collection of stories from transgender youth and adults on growing up and finding their identity. It is no coincidence that the majority of the works challenged are stories of finding one's gender identity or sexuality, something that is crucial to numerous students within the school community. Additionally, people have argued that certain books display and praise pedophilia. No book does this, but rather includes pedophilia, something that some high school students face, to bring awareness to the issue. I can attest to the fact that I have seen numerous books in various school libraries without LGBTQ+ characters and portraying heterosexual protagonists that are filled with material that could be considered worse than pornographic. Shakespeare includes stories of rape and racial injustice, and works like 1984 have two characters engaging in intercourse on camera. From a more personal standpoint, reading books with LGBTQ+ characters was something I absolutely loved growing up. I rarely saw two characters of the same sex in an intimate relationship, much less even portrayed as protagonists. Having access to literature with characters that I, the reader, can relate to, helped me realize that my stories and experiences are just as important and unique as everyone else's, and they should not be silenced. Based on the messages sent to the superintendent earlier this month, I
30
can infer
seconds.
there's a belief that stories of gender identity and sexuality are synonymous with pornographic material, something that is not the case. Being queer is not pornographic. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Zoe Davis, then Marissa White, then Gianna Lathan.
And welcome.
Hi. Good evening. My name is Zoe Davis, and I am a student as well as senior class president at Princess Anne High School. I wanted to voice my concern addressing the attempt to ban several pieces of valuable literature and the efforts to criminalize VBCPS librarians who operate the libraries where these books are available. Not only is this a transparent attack on the LGBTQ+ and the POC authors, but VBCPS students who belong to these communities. Targeting these novels is an act of ignorance and will deny two large communities in VBCPS's system a chance for personal growth. Therefore, I please ask for you to reconsider these novels before censoring them for a chance of further study and education. These novels are being taken out of context to the highest degree and being forced into an umbrella label as pornographic. I fear that if VBCPS does not take action now to reform its challenge books procedure, more books will be wrongly accused and removed, alienating more marginalized communities. In addition, it undermines the authority of several VBCPS librarians who pick out these texts. It is unfair to question the expertise of several staff members who choose these novels because they feel they will make a positive contribution to their school's literary community. Librarians must follow certain parameters of school board policy and the ALA. Therefore, it isn't any librarian's intention to implement pornographic texts, nor should these books be labeled as such in the first place. Undermining, accusing, and then enforcing disciplinary action against staff members will only result in VBCPS losing more of its exemplary employees. As school board members, it is unjust for you to target librarians and educators whose job it is to follow the parameters of your own policy. Rather than removing them based on the professional privileges of some of your coworkers, I want to advocate to reform the ALA and your school board policies to make book banning more challenging. If books have a legitimate reason to be challenged, then the required actions to form a committee should have a wide range of advocates, including but not limited to students, parents, teachers, and librarians. It often seems that policies, or in this case, books, are being challenged by rallied communities that are not affected by the actions they feel so strongly for or against. This solution will limit this tendency and enable the school board to focus on reliable sources of concern. I urge you to not only listen to me, but my peers, who have courageously voiced their concerns and undeniable passion to remove the target on both VBCPS librarians and these impactful literary works. Thank you for your time and your consideration.
Our next speaker is Marissa White, then Gianna Lathan, and then Katie Segroy.
Welcome.
Hi. Good evening. My name is Marissa White, and I am a junior in the Global Studies and World Language Academy at Talwood High School. Being a dark-skinned woman in America, I have always found it difficult to come to terms or love my dark complexion. I struggled to find self-love in a society where my skin was considered too dark, because I was nowhere close to the white beauty standards. It is increasingly difficult for POC and members of the LGBTQ+ community to find representation in mainstream media. When people of color and members of the LGBTQ community can't find any representation in the entertainment industry, we look to literature. Books are written by authors who share the similar struggles about coming to terms with their identity or coming to know oneself. According to Virginia Beach School Board, the books that emphasize the struggle concerning race, sexual orientation, and gender identity are all said to contain pornography. The Virginia Beach School Board says that these scenes include rape, sexual harassment, and sexual assault. Traumatic incidents I just listed are not to be deemed as pornography. Sexual harassment, sexual assault, and rape need to be taught and discussed in schools more because it can happen to anyone and can specifically happen to people of color and members of the LGBTQ community because of their identities. The themes in these books currently under review or books that have already been banned speak on the issues and struggles that people of color and the LGBTQ+ community have faced. The adult subject scenes gives an emphasis on the experience and gives anyone the courage to speak about how they relate to such topics. Removing such books is not only an insult to students and adults in this room, but to others looking and watching this broadcast who need that one puzzle piece that finally connects with something they can relate to. So, Virginia Beach School Board, I have one question. Why should the sexual abuse depicted in these books be considered pornography? Thank you.
Our next speaker is Gianna Lathan, then Kaylee Segori, and then Ollie Anderson.
Welcome.
Good evening. Here I am introducing myself in front of this board yet again. My name is Gianna Irana Lathan, and I'm a junior at Tallwood High School. The last time I was here, I spoke along the lines that representation matters in our history classes, but it also matters in our libraries as well. At the last school board meeting, I was the respectful little black girl who didn't want to drive too much attention to herself. I'm a different girl as of right now. I'm not afraid to show my frustration and discuss to this school board that the books up for removal include the representation of the LGBTQ+ community, civil rights, and people of color. Remember my name when I become the face of being the black girl whom you might label as angry for calling out the racism and homophobia of this proposal. And remember my face when you want to make comments about my immaturity or my ignorance, as you did the same to my friend Ure. Growing up black and Latina in this district, I didn't see a lot of representation, and especially in our libraries. So my family made sure to know that I'm black and my blackness is beautiful. By doing that, I was exposed to the Nobel Peace Prize winning famous author Toni Morrison. One of Toni Morrison's most famous books is The Bluest Eye. This is also a book up for removal in the school system as it's due to pornographic material. The Bluest Eye is a book about a little black girl who believes that her blackness is ugly and she does not deserve love because of her blackness. She grew up in an era where Shirley Temple was praised for her darling little curls, and her curls were deemed as ugly and disgusting. My hair is a symbol for the beautiful blackness I behold and the power my curls have and the strength that I represent as a black woman. An attack on this removal of this book, of The Bluest Eye, is an attack towards me and many of the other black girls in this district. I can admit that yes, this book does talk about molestation and as the character was molested by her father at a young age. But let's not act like pedophilia, rape, and sexual assault isn't an issue in just this district, but also our society. I sure do know a lot of girls, including myself, who have been touched or sexually assaulted throughout our lives. As we will see in a few moments, angry parents will present themselves in front of this school board and spew ignorance or hate while their mask is under their nose or barely even on. These parents will deem our representation as pornographic material. The definition of pornographic material is material involving sex that is designed to arouse viewers. What about a child being molested in The Bluest Eye would arouse them? What is so
30
pornographic
seconds.
about a child's sexual abuse? Deeming this material as pornographic is just pedophilic and simply wrong. Yes, I am frustrated and disgusted. Today, I will be the black girl you may label as angry or disrespectful, as the removal of these books isn't just an attack on mine and others' representation, it is just racist and homophobic. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Caitlin Segoi, then Ollie Anderson, then Claire Murphy.
Welcome.
Good Good evening. My name is Caitlin Scroyer, and tonight I will be representing Salem High School. It is with great honor that I have the opportunity to be present in this building tonight. The topic I will be speaking on is the student dress code. The student body feels as if there could be compromises made in order to make students more comfortable, whilst also attaining a respectful manner for teachers, staff, and school board members. The most crucial section of the student dress code expresses the following. No crop tops may be worn, no leggings without the provision of a shirt long enough to cover the buttocks area, no tank tops except in which case the shoulder strap measures the width of 2 individual fingers, and no rips in jeans above 5 inches from the groin area. Furthermore, within this code, it is profoundly felt that the body type of each student has a tremendous impact on those who may be subject to the violation of the dress code. For example, if 2 females were to be standing side by side in the same attire, one with a further developed chest and the other less than, the student that would be penalized would be the female with the deemed more mature body type. Students are receiving punishments as a result of their natural physical bodies. By apprising students with statements such as, what you are wearing is distracting, or that is inappropriate attire, when disclosing general non-sexual body parts, the speculation that is generated that each individual is responsible for how a fellow student or staff member is to perceive them. It is vital for students to feel secure in a learning environment, but if it is discerned that the apparel chosen to wear is sought out is more compelling than each individual's education, how is it that a sheltered feeling will be achieved? It is not my occupation to take liability if others choose to scrutinize me in an inappropriate or inhumane manner. The message that is suggested to students regarding situations as stated previously is extremely harmful to the young adult's mind. The alternative proposal to the dress code at Salem High School is as followed. Crop tops are permitted with the exception that no more than 3 inches of midriff may be present. Leggings are acceptable, assuming that they are completely opaque. Tank tops may be worn regardless of the width of the shoulder strap as long as the underarm and chest areas are not overly exposed. And jeans may contain rips at any position in the leg, with the anomaly that undergarments or large tears within 3 inches of private areas may not be visible. By altering the dress code, students will have a more comfortable and welcoming experience within their educational atmosphere. The primary objective is that students have the ability to express themselves and feel comfortable during the school day, while in the same sense ensuring that respect remains consistent within the process. Not only this, but by compromising the dress code, students will then feel as if their
30 seconds.
serves a higher significance than their clothing, in which case this would result in a much more content student voice. The suggestion to amend the current dress code is only to apply to standardized course classes. Students are to remain attentive and abide by the requirements stated regarding specialized courses in the dress code that follows. It is important to note that the previously mentioned proposal is not asked to be exact, but only to be taken into consideration. Myself, along with the rest of the student body at Salem High School, is hopeful that the voice...
And that is time.
Thank you so much for your time and consideration.
Our next speaker is Ollie Anderson, then Claire Murphy, then Ray Villarreal.
Welcome.
Hello, my name is Ollie Anderson. I'm from Princess Anne High School. I'm a freshman here from the Saga Club, Sexuality and Gender Alliance. I'm going to be talking about the banned books. And so one main quote that I got from a family member was, you can't ban books on one side of a political argument and allow the other side if they state the same sexual stuff. The reason I said this is because in a book called Handmaid's Tale, it is in the library at school. I've read it at the school, and it's about women being sex slaves. And I think it's disgusting that that is allowed to be in there, but we are questioning books that are written by queer people and people of color for having slight sexual things going on in them, but a book like that is allowed to be in there. So it is unfair to question one side but not the other. Also, like a lot of other people have come in here said, pornography is made for sexual arousal, while literature is made to tell a story and tell a side of someone else, like someone else's experience. And so to say that someone being raped is giving someone sexual arousal is a problem that we should handle with that person, not the book. Because there is something deeper going on with that person than in the book. Now, people may be into that stuff, but the fact that someone is getting turned on by a literal child being raped by her father is a problem. The bluest eye is something that is very important that should be brought up because it's told that it's like praising pedophilia pretty much. And I think that's wrong because kids should know that that's not like okay and that it's wrong to be treated that way. And that you're not alone in that situation. You're not the only one who's going through that. As someone who has been touched that way when I was 12 years old by a 14-year-old and was chased around for it, that's really uncomfortable to hear that, because I've just now come to terms with it as a 14-year-old, and that's just really disgusting that someone could think that about a book. Good Trouble, it's claimed that it says Trump supporters are Nazis, which I'm not going to touch on that because that's political stuff and I don't want to get into that. But it's a book that talks about different political viewpoints, which is like the whole point of freedom of speech, which is kind of weird that you're trying to take that out if
30
you
seconds.
don't want to talk about that stuff. So by taking that out, you're taking away someone else's ideologies and how they feel about something, which I think is wrong because, again, freedom of speech. And that's pretty much everything that I came to talk about. So thank you for listening.
Our next speaker is Claire Murphy, then Ray Villarreal, then Anaya Timmons.
Welcome.
Hello, my name is Claire Murphy. I'm a freshman at Princess Anne High School, and today I will be speaking on the banning of the books relating to the Bluest Eye, Genderqueer, and the Lawn Boy. But first, I want to thank you all for having me. The discussion of banning books is so important, and I'm very happy I was able to speak on it tonight. But I believe these books should be treated with equal amount of respect. Literature in every sense is a superpower. A single book is enough to embody life, purpose, and the human experience. Because of books like these, we are able to look deep into the lives of others. They give us an understanding for one another. They bring us closer to unity. However, so many of us have been afraid to hear others' stories. We are afraid because books and stories often reflect the things we despise about our reality. They address the conflicts that plague our vision of what we want in the world. So as long as we can't make our conflicts in the world disappear, we certainly cannot make these books disappear. These books hold answers. When you pick up one of these books, you are holding the blood, sweat, and tears of human creation. You are holding a physical copy of ideation from another human being who had an idea so big that they wanted to share it with the rest of the world. These books are a privilege, yet so many of us take advantage of that. So many of us feel the need to rip these books apart. We call them worthless. We call their creator worthless. But from the bottom of my heart, in the deepest part of my soul, I truly believe no book of value is written out of the sheer content to hurt another human being. Books are written because we must express ourselves, so we are not alone. And yes, sometimes these books are challenging because these topics are so real. Topics like rape are real and must be addressed. So I say, if those things are too much, then I simply ask, put the book down. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Ray Villarreal, Anaya Timmons, and then Hannah Hagag.
Welcome.
Good evening. My name is Ray. I'm a student at Princess Anne High School. I wish to speak about banned books, particularly on the basis of how beneficial for fellow students these texts are. These books contain crucial representation for various communities, as well as important discussions about sex and sexuality. My personal experiences with these books are that I've read Genderqueer by Maya Kobe, and I've talked extensively with a friend who has read Lawn Boy by Jonathan Everson. Representation is important for those not part of the community because it exposes them to various perspectives and experiences. Books like Genderqueer, for example, allow for non-LGBT audiences to empathize better with those who experience gender dysphoria. A majority of prejudice is born purely of ignorance, and by banning one of the rare sources of information, schools would be limiting people's ability to learn about minorities, inadvertently causing more prejudice. Meanwhile, these books provide safety and comfort for those who relate to these characters and their experiences. They provide a chance for readers to find themselves in the stories presented. This is not only empowering, but can lead to self-awareness and self-realization. Therefore, these students will have the confidence to engage in society in ways they might not have before, whether it be coming out as gay or speaking up about harassment and assault. These texts allow students to better express themselves. Not only that, but they allow for communities to form as students better empathize with one another. While it's important to have discussions about identity, it's also important to have discussions about sex, especially for teenagers. Just because these books contain sexually explicit language and scenes does not negate the merit of these books. Oftentimes, it adds to the experience of the book instead. Teenagers, whether willingly or not, will be exposed to sex in sexual situations. This makes it extremely important to expose them to correct information rather than allowing misinformation to spread, especially about intimate details. As well as spreading information, it is important to see representation of situations teenagers would be faced with. It equips them with knowledge and vicarious experiences through the protagonists. It also adds a sense of realism to texts set in and out of high school. Diversity allows for unique perspectives of experiences one may otherwise not consider, while providing safe exploration of society for communities. Additionally, sexual content is uniquely significant for teenagers to be exposed to. All points considered, banning these books removes the possibility of students learning from well-rounded works. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Anaya Timmons, then Hannah Hagag, then Stacy Miguel.
Welcome. Good evening. My name is Ayana Timmons, and I am a freshman at Princess Anne High School. I am here today to speak to you regarding item 1C of the agenda. Specifically, I am here to speak to you on your review of 6 library books that have been challenged recently for removal from all Virginia Beach public schools libraries. What we teach, we are unlikely to repeat. The stripping of the bluest eye to solely be about a father sexually abusing his daughter, depicted in that exact horrible reality that, unfortunately, many young people are put through daily, is absurd. According to Morrison, The Bluest Eye is about entering the life of one least likely to withstand such damaging forces because of youth, gender, and race. This book takes a deep dive into the systematic issues of being a Black woman or child. Banning this book in particular makes it hard to allow the students to assist in educating themselves about the challenges others face. We preach diversity and peace in schools daily. You never know what others are going through. I've been taught this my whole life. Yet, educating ourselves about another's struggles is frowned upon merely because of one passage of the entire story. The book, A Lesson Before Dying, is also under review for explicitity. The storyline of this book is relevant depiction of challenges faced in many people's lives today. The story teaches the lessons of consequences and ramifications through association and poor decision making. It exhibits a side of our current judicial system that is in ways prejudicial and harsh. The language used in this book is widely used in daily media, music, mainstream TV, and even social media. Many young people know someone who has been in a situation like this one in this book. While each of these books include passages that to some may seem sexual or explicit in nature, these are only portions of pieces or pages that this literature that is giving an insight to diversity, struggle, growth, abuse, and recovery. I ask that while you're reviewing these books and the removal of them, that you take into consideration the moral of the stories, the lessons that each of these teach. Please do not discredit the educational value of these stories simply because of a page, a passage, or a phrase that is a part of the entire story. Again, my name is Ayana Timmons, and thank you for your time.
Our next speaker is Hannah Hagag, then Stacy Miguel, and then Jasmine Vaughn.
Welcome.
Good evening. I just wanted to start off by saying thank you for putting lacrosse in your consideration and moving it up to the VHSL level. I guess I'll start out with how I started in lacrosse. My AP Human Geography teacher convinced me to play. Just come out and see how you like it. And immediately fell in love with the sport, okay? I forgot to mention I do go to Bayside High School in the Health Sciences Academy, I'm sorry. So I started out not knowing how to hold the stick, and now I play travel lacrosse. And now I'm looking to play at the collegiate level. And this just goes to show how much the HR Lax program helped me and helped so many other girls and boys just progress forward and move up to a greater level, and how much it would benefit to just, if it were part of the school system, how many other low income kids could benefit for it to become a school sport. Like many others, I'm very dedicated to the sport, and I've become very dedicated ever since freshman year. I now even play during the month of Ramadan, which, if you don't know, it's no food or water from sunrise to sunset. And I play throughout that, which just shows my dedication. And I've met many others that do the same. And the meeting of others just through the sport was just amazing. Like the amount of connections it has helped me create and all of my teammates create. And those people that I haven't met before have practically become my family. And it just creates a stronger bond. And sorry.
You're fine. Take your time.
It's lacrosse is a primarily white sport, and me, someone who's a minority, getting a chance to play and
30 seconds.
getting a chance to play, and I helped recruit many other people of color, people of many different races, and now my school team is very diverse and very beautiful, and we progressed to become a beautiful, loving team, and we love each other so much, and yeah, that's all. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Stacy Maguel, then Jasmine Vaughn, then Kenza Zutuni.
Welcome.
Hi, I would like to say thank you so much for considering lacrosse as a high school sport. I'm Stacy McGauley from Bayside High School and the Health and Sciences Academy. I would just like to begin with how I started 3 years ago not knowing lacrosse was a sport at all, which I feel like also is considered a problem. I feel like having lacrosse as a high school sport would allow many other kids and teens to know what lacrosse is, and making it a more diverse sport, especially for my school, since it's a predominantly African American or diverse high school. I feel like having that as one of the clubs and one of the sports would help lacrosse spread out to more diverse people. And I feel like other people who want to be coaches as lacrosse, I feel like me seeing more diverse coaches would make me personally feel more comfortable playing lacrosse as a sport. And the dedication I have learned from playing lacrosse and I have for lacrosse is immense. Just having practices every day and games just taught me how to manage my time, and I feel like other students, that's an important thing that they should learn to do, and I feel like having lacrosse as one of those sports in school is very important. And just going back to me as a minority playing lacrosse within my high school, seeing everybody come in and just having not predominantly Caucasian, like said by Hannah, even though it's a Caucasian sport, just seeing more diverse people coming out feels good to me and makes me feel more comfortable going out there and being out there. And the friends I made within the lacrosse sport is very special to me, and the coaches, the relationships I built. But yeah, I just want to say thank you so much for considering lacrosse as a high school sport, and I hope that me, Hannah, and Jasmine, or whoever speaks, lets you know that it is very important to us. And thank you so much.
Our next speaker is Jasmine Vaughn, then Kenza Tuzuni, and then Aisha Tabira.
Welcome.
Hi.
Good evening, school board. My name is Jasmine Vaughn. I'm a current student in the Health and Sciences Academy at Bayside High School. I greatly appreciate the opportunity to have a few minutes to share with you the value of adding lacrosse as an interscholastic sport for high school boys and girls at the varsity level. Lacrosse is often viewed as an exclusive sport only accessible to a select few. This is due in part to the reality that lacrosse is a club sport, which means, given the costs associated, accessibility is often limited. Making it an official sport for public schools increases accessibility for students who may not otherwise have the opportunity to participate. Lacrosse is still a growing sport in the area, and because I have such a great coach, he got me interested in the sport by coming into our classroom to talk about it and see if anyone wanted to give it a try. At the time, I thought lacrosse was only a guy sport, but thanks to my coach, he helped me to see that lacrosse was also a girl sport, but because it isn't available in public schools, not many people know this. I like it because it's different and it combines many sports into one. It also exposes us student athletes to different cultures through the social interaction. After trying it out, I discovered I had a passion for a sport I didn't even know I could play. And my passion grew to the point where I'm now able to play for a travel team. I am one of the fortunate few that can access lacrosse in and out of school. It would be great to see an increase in accessibility for other students through lacrosse in public schools, and I hope the board considers making lacrosse an official high school sport. Thank you for your time.
Our next speaker is Kenza Zarutu, Aisha Tabura, and Ria Ratai.
Welcome.
Hello, I'm Kenza Zatuni, a junior at Princess Anne High School and first vice president of the Filipino American Culture Society at PA, which I speak about the challenge books on behalf of. It's been said that the role of the school board is to ensure that districts are responsive to the values, beliefs, and priorities of their communities. But in review of recent actions taken on behalf of children to protect them, I feel an alarming overlap between our present reality and that of the period of Nazi book burning. It's an extensive topic that can be endlessly elaborated on, but this is my attempt to keep it brief. Many of the books they burned and banned were very specifically queer and subversive media. Is this a coincidence? No, because they were very purposeful in their censorship. The primary goal of these campaigns was to rid the public of access to anything that would give a voice to the people they were trying to annihilate and dehumanize. Those who sought to undermine their anti-Semitic, anti-LGBT rhetoric were either sent into exile or met violent ends. As a member of the queer brown youth, I take much pride in my identity and the right we have as students to express ourselves authentically and have equitable access to literature that's representative of us. It goes even beyond us, giving students from all backgrounds the opportunity to find themselves and understand what it's like in the real world. One of the triumphs of the local school library access is the fact that it'll house media that you don't agree with because you don't have to buy it, but you're still given the choice to interact with it and form opinions. This access is in no way turning us over to the dark side, but rather entrusting and equipping us with the tools for critical thinking that our school system so heavily promotes. And I have a bit. One of the greatest lessons that you can get out of school is the ability to distinguish between the varying types of literature out there, as well as their purpose. And what we, the students, as well as teachers who've actually looked into the context of these explicit scenes, even the majority of parents not represented in rallies outside, have figured out is that the following challenge books have been written with the intent to inform and spread awareness. Their purpose is not for any one person or group to decide. This is one of the most open periods of LGBTQ plus history involving medical and social visibility. We must preserve the freedom to draw our own conclusions and engage with media critically, without the risk of censorship. In accordance with the First Amendment, a passage widely known to prevent government attempts to suppress ideas and information.
30 seconds.
Heinrich Heine once wrote, "Where one burns books, one will, in the end, burn people." To which I ask the Assembly, are we so far off from this reality? Thank you.
Our next speaker is Aisha Tabura, then Ria Rathai, and Joanna Ural.
Welcome.
Hello, good evening, everyone. My name is actually pronounced Isha Elena Tabera, and I'm a senior at the Global Studies and World Languages Academy of Talwood High School. Tonight, I'll be addressing and advocating against the removal of the 6 so-called pornographic books from our libraries. As mentioned before, I'm a senior at Talwood High School, And this year, I have the honor and opportunity of being the president of Tallwood Student Council Association, also known as SEA. As SEA president, it's my duty to help make Tallwood an inclusive, safe space for students of all races, genders, those who don't identify with a gender, and sexual orientations. And my job to ensure that students get to enjoy their experience at Tallwood with their identity being the last of their worries. Growing up as a Filipino American woman, I've struggled with my identity tremendously. I've struggled with the idea of not being Filipino enough, not being American enough, not knowing my native language, not being considered beautiful because I was not close enough in proximity to whiteness and the beauty standards our society holds, and other personal issues regarding my identity. In a predominantly cis, straight, white country, it's already difficult enough to find representation in mainstream media of the identities that don't align with the traits I had just mentioned. When people of color and people of the LGBTQ+ community can't find representation on a screen, we look to books. These books are written by authors who share similar experiences and struggles regarding our identities. According to the BBCPS website, your Office of Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion, and I quote, is deeply committed to enhancing the success of diverse students, staff, and the community as part of the broader goal to enrich the educational experiences and success of every student in the division. The book, end quote, the books that have been requested to be removed are all about struggles with identity regarding race, gender, and sexual orientation. They are only considered pornographic because some of these books contain scenes of sexual harassment, assault, and rape. These traumatic occurrences are barely taught about in our schools and can happen to anyone in this room. It can also occur to people of color and people of the LGBTQ+ community, specifically because they are a target due to their identity. To reiterate, the main point of all these books is to address experiences and struggles that people of color and LGBTQ+ people face. These books help validate their identities, but they just so happen to contain explicit scenes regarding sexual assault, harassment, and rape, which are rarely taught about. As a young, brown, Filipino-American woman, I must emphasize how important representation
30
is.
seconds.
Representation matters, and the hardships of people of color and the LGBTQ+ youth deserve to be read about. Therefore, I shall ask, are these books really pornographic or just contain uncomfortable topics of conversations regarding identity that you and some of your privileged selves aren't ready to discuss? Thank you for your time.
Our next speaker is Ria Ratai, then Joanna Earl, then Emily Clay.
Welcome.
Hello, my name is Ria Rati, and I'm a high school student at Princess Anne High School. I would like to speak briefly about 4 books that are being challenged for explicit content because I have had the opportunity to read them and delve into the meaning of what they are about, and I truly cherish them. I hope to share the meaning and what I have taken away from these wonderful pieces of writing. The Bluest Eye by Toni Morrison is a book that I read a part of last year. As a person who read the book and understood the values that it held, I can say with a large certainty that no one who read the book would believe the author was condoning the actions of the abuser in the book. On the contrary, it was condemning them. I believe that child abuse is an issue in America, and this book helps shine light on this issue, as well as another heavy topic of racism. It is important that we learn about racism through the point of view of those who were victimized and marginalized, not through the lens of the oppressors. The point of this book is to make the readers uncomfortable and reflect on difficult truths about our past. Another book that I had the absolute pleasure of reading was A Lesson Before Dying by Ernest Gaines in my 10th grade English class last year. I must admit, I was horrified by the idea that an innocent man could be put to death for something that he did not do. But that is the exact idea of injustice, something that children should learn about because it helps reinforce the idea that although the world isn't fair, everyone can have an impact. I would like to share an excerpt from an essay that I wrote about the main character of the story. This essay was about how the main character was an unlikely hero in the story. He was a hero to a group of marginalized members of a community, and his martyrdom was a catalyst that could lead to change in the eventual future. I believe that this book shows that bettering oneself, even in the face of complete opposition, is something that everyone can learn from. This perseverance and the idea that someone could cause change through their actions is something that would help students out. Now, I'm someone that has spent a lot of my time in the library reading several books, even from my childhood. Even in elementary school, I was a person who I think I checked out most of the books in the fiction section because I was very interested in reading them. So I know the impact that literature can have on a kid's brain. But I think that these books allowed me to
30 seconds.
I think that these books allowed me to gain values and learn more about myself. And I think this self-actualization is important for students. In addition, I believe that it is important to judge a book based on the overall meaning instead of a few explicit details, because the meaning is what the readers will take away from it. Thank you for allowing me to voice my thoughts and to share my opinions. I hope you extend the same courtesy to these challenged books and allow them to remain in schools.
And that is
based on their
time.
merit. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Joanna Earle, then Emily Clay, then Ava Slutsky.
Welcome.
Hi, my name is Johanna Uhl, and I go to Princess Anne. And I found out about the books that have been challenged, and so I looked into it. And so the Virginia Beach Public Schools motto is, or what the first thing you see when you go on the website is, put students first, seek growth, be open to change, do great work together, and value differences. And by banning these books, we would be violating multiple of these, at least in my opinion, because we have to grow, accept, and value differences, and there's no way, and there would be many people who would be getting excluded if we banned all the books that are now being challenged. I do agree that parents should have a say in what their child gets to read, but there is a function that they can restrict their kids, and so I don't think that all kids have to be restricted, but the parents who want to restrict their kids are capable of doing that without too much of a hassle. They just have to go to the website, fill that out, and then their kids can no longer read those books, keeping them from reading it and still giving the children that want to read the books the possibility. And I know that some of the topics in the books may not seem pleasant, but that's exactly why they're important, because people don't realize that some of those things can actually happen, or some people that are in those situations don't realize how bad their situation actually is. And so I think it educates people if they can read about that, and also comforts people who have been in that situation. And those books are supposed to be taken out because they have pornographic imagery. But the exact definition of English is not my first language. Pornography is printed or visual material containing explicit description or display of sexual organs or activity intended to stimulate erotic rather than aesthetic or emotional feeling. And I don't think that the books do that, because the books go into why those things are wrong and how people feel during it, and how that can affect a person.
30 seconds.
And so I think the books that have been challenged should not be taken out of the libraries, because they're still important to many people, and those whose parents do not want them to read it, they can restrict them, and so we do not have to restrict all students. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Emily Clay, then Ava Slutsky, then Natalia Miasco.
Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to speak tonight about the VHSL lacrosse program. My name is Emily Clay, and currently I'm a senior at Kellam High School. I've been a captain for 2 years, as well as a 4-year varsity player on my lacrosse team. I have been playing since I was 7 years old. Throughout that time, I have played on many different club teams, often traveling out of this area. Years ago, somebody told me I would never go to college for lacrosse unless I left this area. Flash forward a few years, I am now committed to play D1 lacrosse at Radford University. That somebody who told me that was right. I did have to leave the area in order to train, compete, and get where I'm at today. Now I'm a ref and a youth coach.
I also give private lessons, and one of my players is a 10-year-old little girl who also has dreams like me, to play lacrosse. Making lacrosse a VHSL official sanctioned sport will allow her and all other youth in our area the opportunity to further their education, play in college, and beyond. It's important to me that no other child hears what I was told, to leave this area. We need lacrosse right here in Virginia Beach to give all students equal opportunities to follow their dreams. Thank you so much for allowing me the opportunity to speak tonight. I appreciate your time.
Our next speaker is Ava Slitsky, then Natalia Miasko.
Welcome.
Hello, my name is Ava Slutsky, and I'm a senior at Salem High School. You may remember my name from a petition that came out around this time last year about the Zoom name changes for trans students, which ended up being brought to the Virginia Beach School Board. I'm speaking before you today to address the topic of banned books in the schools. It has recently been brought to the board's attention that there are a few novels which should be removed from VBCPS libraries on account of spreading pornography. Some of these book titles which I will be referring to today include The Bluest Eye by Toni Morrison, Lawn Boy by Jonathan Evison, and A Lesson Before Dying by Ernest J. Gaines. Allow me to set one thing straight first and foremost. Rape is not pornography. Pedophilia is not pornography. Molestation is not pornography. Non-consensual sex in any form is not pornography. My apologies. To say that a book including scenes of pain and trauma is pornography is just uncomfortable for everyone involved. Webster's dictionary defines pornography under the first definition as the depiction of erotic behavior, as in pictures or writing, intended to cause sexual excitement. Depictions of small children and young teens in these scenarios should not be written, or my apologies, are not written and should not be interpreted as being written for sexual excitement. They are written to tell a story and inform those who are unaware of how devastating these scenarios may be for those who deal with it. It ostracizes the students who do experience these unfortunate realities. Virginia Beach's lack of a sex education that goes any further than the basic act of sexual reproduction already makes it difficult for those dealing with trauma from rape and molestation to completely understand what happened to them, and it's difficult for them to place the blame on the molester rather than themselves. By removing the exposure to tragedy, we do not remove said tragedy from the world, but, my apologies, I lost my place. And although the topic is painful, discussing and reading about it does not re-victimize the survivor and can contrarily promote healing for them. As for A Lesson Before Dying, a harrowing story told about an uneducated black field worker in the South pre-civil rights, we are all aware that teaching children about America's history is necessary for us to understand our past so we may have a brighter future. There is no sexual reference in the story to my knowledge.
30 seconds.
And I can see no reason to ban the novel. None of these issues brought up have been a genuine problem to anyone until they came up in novels written by black or queer authors. The novel To Kill a Mockingbird by Harper Lee, for example, a novel full of traumatizing racism and bigotry, is taught in middle and high schools across Virginia Beach. The only difference is that the author is a white woman. Thank you for your time and attention.
Our next speaker is Natalia Miasko.
Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Natalia Miasko, and I'm a junior at Princess Anne High School. Books have always been very special to me, but it wasn't until my 12th birthday that I realized why that was. Today, I want to tell you the story of how I learned the value of books. I encourage you to listen with an open mind, and please know that I'm not trying to offend anyone. I just want to plead my case. So my grandma is an author and a bibliophile. So on my 12th birthday, one of the books that she gave me was called The Heart is a Lonely Hunter by Carson McCullers. It's of no surprise to me that this book is one of many on the banned list in the US for similar reasons that the 6 books today are being considered. A few days later, I proudly announced to her that I had started reading it, but to my confusion, she replied with some advice. "You might want to wait until you're a little bit older to read that," she said. But I read it anyway. She'd given it to me, and she didn't take it away or tattle to my mom, all things she was very capable of doing. She just let me be at peace with my book, because after all, it was mine. That is when I learned what makes books special. It is the reader, and only the reader's job and right, to choose what they read and how they interpret it. I read The Heart is a Lonely Hunter in a matter of days, and since then I've read it many more times. Every time I realized just how much of the content went right over my head, but I don't care. That book taught me something different at 13 than it did at 16, and I'm sure if I read it again, it will have even more to teach me. The funny thing is, I don't remember the specifics or even the explicit content, but I do remember how it made me feel after reading it, and how special I felt to have access to whatever literature my heart desired. It is for that reason that I'm utterly appalled that a banned list even exists, and disappointed in the adults trying to censor our right to read and interpret at our own free will. My grandma, yes, the same one who let me read banned book after banned book, says that books are vessels for ideas. And the banning of books is the beginning of fascism, the banning of ideas. It doesn't give credits to readers to decide on their own. I couldn't agree more. You can argue all you want that you're not a book burner and that you're merely trying to shield our children from sick pornography, but I encourage you to look at the facts. I'm not saying that I don't understand where you guys are coming from, but to me, I'm seeing 6 books called into question, most of which deal with heavy but nonetheless important topics such as racial equality, gender equality, LGBTQ rights, and women's rights. To censor these books is
30
to censor
seconds.
the voices of these minorities, and I can't help but notice the recent trend of school board trying to do this, whether or not that's what they claim to be doing. And I'm not saying everyone, of course. The students in our community deserve the right to choose what they read, regardless of the content. It is a part of developing your own identity and exercising our right as readers. If my grandma had ripped The Heart is a Lonely Hunter out of my hands and locked it up until I turned 18 because of the content, I'm not sure I'd be standing in front of you here today, unafraid to voice my own opinion. Thank you.
Madam Chair, that was our last student speaker, so we will continue with Dan Chang, then Kathleen Slindy, and then Pilar Adike.
Thank you, Madam Clerk, and welcome, sir.
I have to tell you, it was really nice to meet all those students outside. They were at our rally. It was very nice. I salute them for those who spoke and exercised their First Amendment rights, and also a very frank opinion. And they listened to what we had to say. I hope they never have to stand up here and fight for their First Amendment rights like we have been doing. I hope the school board and Superintendent Spence understand the difference between censorship and educational development. I'm speaking tonight on items 12B and 15D regarding parental rights and transparency for citizens. In November 2020, the Director of Purchasing approved a sole source contract for $50,000 to Panorama Education. The founder of Panorama Education, which conducts SEL testing and data collection, is the U.S. Attorney General's son-in-law, Zan Tanner. It is interesting that the Attorney General implicates and wants the FBI to identify parents who are speaking at school board meetings, voicing concerns for SEL as domestic terrorists. The sole source contract was formally awarded to Panorama Education by this school board in April 2021. Of note, Superintendent Spence had accepted an AASA grant to launch the Chan Zuckerberg Cell project, utilizing CASTLE, which requires the superintendent to make SEL a strategic priority. Also, AASA and Panorama Education are in a partnership with each other. Panorama develops and implements the SEL surveys, which indoctrinate our children, track our children's results, and provides a status for the results. They also train the leadership at the school division and administrators. Panorama provides a database, as you can see here, for the children. Very interesting. Nice picture of the young lady here and all their stats. They also develop a status to monitor the surveys, SEL surveys, which I hope you all know was initiated this Monday in this school system. As a sole source contract to Panorama, it's interesting. Conflict of interest, follow the money, Superintendent Spence. Next to bylaw changes.
30 seconds.
Why are we, Ms. Melnick and Ms. Rye, why are you implementing bylaw changes treating us like domestic terrorists? We, the parents, have not threatened this school board or citizens speaking to the contrary. I want to remind the school board, which I have in the past, that your duties are to support the Constitution. The Constitution, particularly the First Amendment, is not like a Chinese menu where you can pick and choose which rights can be given or restricted.
And that is time. Our next speaker is Kathleen Slindy, then Pilar Atiki, and then Paula Chang.
Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening, Chairwoman Rye, Vice Chair Melnick, Dr. Spence, and the school board members. My name is Kathleen Slindy. I serve as the president of the Virginia Beach Education Association. I'm looking forward to the board's action on the changes brought forth earlier in the workshop based on the work of the teacher assembly. I almost went home because many of the things I had planned to talk about were there, but I'm going to go ahead and address a few of them. I want to talk to you about the workload challenges that the employees are facing. One of the big ones is pacing, which has been, of course, has been brought up, and shortages. There have been numerous articles, interviews, and posts on social media revealing the difficulties that educators are dealing with on a daily basis now that our schools are back face-to-face. Teachers are in a situation where no matter how focused or attentive they are to the goals in the curriculum's pacing guides, they just cannot achieve them. For those of you who are old enough to remember I Love Lucy, it kind of reminds me of that episode where she's working on a candy assembly line and she can't keep up. Now that episode was hilarious, right? But the idea of never being able to complete a task on time and when it's your job is disheartening and demoralizing. So I would ask that you would maybe review the pacing and make some adjustments to help teachers and students, perhaps using those power standards that we did last year. In terms of shortages in personnel, these are a big factor in the daily stresses. Educators know there are a great many students who experienced traumatic things this past year and a half, and educators and staffs are well prepared to work with these students where they are. Additionally, there are specialists to help with them, but they are in short supply. So student behavior issues and needs are taking up much of the time of our administrators, our school counselors, and our behavior specialists. The shortage of teachers, subs, bus drivers, custodians, school nurses, and cafeteria workers are affecting every aspect of the day. School nurses are being stretched to their limits, dealing with the tasks related to COVID and trying to do the normal caretaking business that is their contracted work. Hopefully, more members of the community might come out as we make some of these changes, might come back out to substitute and reduce the extra workload on educators and staffs. But the need for double runs for bus drivers, extra cleaning assignments for our custodians, monitoring our students in the lunchroom by nearly everyone, and working to keep up with students who are quarantining will remain. The pace of the day is exhausting, and there is the work of living after school and more schoolwork that fills the evenings.
30 seconds.
All of this is creating a harmful stress, and people are leaving, moving on to work where they can check out at the end of the day and go home to have more normal life. The ask here is that it is obviously being pursued already, is hiring more people. It is important as you do this to consider that compensating those who are already teaching for over the typical class load and those who are being hired to sub, that the compensation rate should be at a respectful professional rate. Thank you.
That is time. Our next speaker is Pilar Atiki, then Paula Chang, then Kathleen Brown.
Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening. I've spoken via Zoom, I believe 3 times now. I'm here in person tonight because I felt like it was a priority. As I've shared with you all before, but for people who are watching online, I was homebound tutor for Virginia Beach Public Schools for 12 years. I was a permanent sub before that at Virginia Beach Middle School. My mother was a public school librarian. My father was a public school PE teacher for years at Virginia Beach Junior High School. And, you know, when I hear that a couple weeks ago, there was a speaker who stood up in front of you all. And she said, oh, it's the same people that come to these school board meetings. It's not truly representative of how parents feel. That's a lie. I cannot tell you how many people I speak to, how many parents, not just parents, but concerned citizens. I'm here tonight, and my son is not even in the public school system, or I should say the government school system, because it's not public anymore because of the lockdowns and under the auspices of COVID. And so for every parent who comes here and takes their precious time, my son over here, I don't want him hearing all this stuff. but I feel that our children are worth fighting for, all of our children. And if you all, the ones who continue to vote against families, essentially, if you were doing your jobs, we wouldn't have to take our time to come down here and admonish you and ask you and try to persuade you that what you are doing, the policies that you are enacting, are ungodly. They are not in service of protecting our children. And when you have a slew of kids here, and I'm going to do some research myself of who are these kids and how did this all come together? Where are the conservative voices? Because I guarantee you there are a bunch of conservative kids who would like to get up here and say what their mind is. So these books that are in the public school system, there's another one you can add to the list, and I haven't looked to see if it's in the Virginia Beach public school system, but it is a grooming book for pedophilia, and it's called The Secret Pizza Party. And if the FBI wants to take a look at the parents coming to speak at these meetings, they should look at the list that code words that
30 seconds.
pedophiles use to hide their pedophilia. So we will hold you all accountable, but I want to admonish you of this. You are not only going to be held accountable to us as parents and to our children, but to Almighty God. Your actions are being recorded, and you will be held accountable. Jesus said, if you harm any one of the least of these, it would be better for a millstone to be hung around your neck
And that is
thrown
time.
into a deep sea. God bless you, and I hope you turn from your wicked ways.
Our next speaker is Paula Chang, then Kathleen Brown. Speaker 6 is not here, so then it will be Annie Palumbo.
Welcome.
Thank you. I'm not quite ready yet. And it was a pleasure having those kids outside, I must tell you. Okay. Regarding bylaws which seeks to further limit parental input and access, your actions and votes are a continued admission that your indoctrinating policies which harm students cannot sustain the light of truth. So those who shine the truth get shut down. Your votes reflect character weakness, I believe, of failed bureaucracy. Why, given the information on the rape in Loudoun County, which enacted similar transgender policies, are you spending your time limiting the public and not on rewriting the transgender policy that is dangerous? There has been a PRC meeting since that information came out, but those weren't discussed. Any harm to children is on your heads. Moving on. Quote, I don't think parents should have a say in what their children are learning, Terry McAuliffe. He said what he, teachers' unions, and our school board majority believe. Just look at this photo of Ms. Melnick applauding him. Superintendent Spence agrees because in an October 6 email to school board members about pornographic books in the schools, he quoted from the National Coalition Against Censorship stating, quote, the task of selecting and readings for this curriculum properly belongs to educators, and, quote, parental views are not shared by all and they have no right to impose their views on others or demand that the educational programs reflect their personal preferences. So parents apparently lack the intellect and sophistication to properly evaluate reading material for their children that he, Terry McAuliffe, and this coalition possess. More written wisdom from Dr. Spence comes in opposition to the September 12th equity resolution, which would have prevented schools teaching that people are born inherently racist. Quote, he says, I have serious concerns around the idea that we can't talk about bias. And, quote, I recognize again that the response will be that we can't say that anyone has racial bias inherently. But to be honest, that flies in the face of neuroscience. So, it appears, Dr. Spence thinks people are born racist. So I ask, is he? Further beliefs on our country from Dr. Spence on capitalism. How would a teacher navigate that conversation when they can't teach that capitalism is racist on our great country? How does a teacher know what to do when they can't teach the United States is a racist country? If Aaron Spence believes he's wiser than the parents, that people are born racist, that capitalism is racist, that our beautiful republic is fundamentally racist, that he does not know how to lead a district in teaching in honest and true history without indoctrinating critical race theory, then why
30
is he
seconds.
superintendent? How does this board retain him? Because retaining him is an assault on every citizen in Virginia who pays his inflated capitalist salary. What a legacy, Mrs. Rye. I will say one thing if I have time. Dr. Spence's email to the board also said he'd extend them a courtesy, allowing them, his bosses, to list books for pornographic content review. His statement reflects who he believes runs the schools, and some handmaiden school members do function as though he does, not they, and that he is in charge.
And that is time.
What a legacy, Mrs. Rye. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Kathleen Brown, then Annie Palumbo. Number 8 has moved to Zoom, and then will be Thomas Conant.
Welcome.
Hello. I would like to start by asking the boards to make and pass a motion to amend policy 5-29 to include reinstatement of valedictorians. Moving on, and I have a lot to cover because you guys made it that way. The past is going to be important to shape the future. Please vote no on bylaw 148. You all, Terrence Riggs, Ternace Riggs, you're on your phone. Spence, writing, nobody's paying attention. You need to get your own decorum in order before trying to silence the parents. The board indicated you wanted to reduce meeting times. Fast forward to now where you're looking to implement arbitrary, inconsistent, misguided practices. I ask that you vote no on policy 7-16. At the PRC, Ms. Linetti was fixated on the potential liability of protesters outside. The school board attorney and the majority are actually lying to the people. You're not concerned about liability. Here's how I know. On July 20th, an individual showed up to speak, mentioning a medical diagnosis, an email for reasonable accommodation. Ryan Melnick called her out of order, and she did not have an opportunity to complete her speech. The following meeting, she appeared again, mentioning the same disability and 5 emails requesting accommodation, which the board refused to acknowledge. I watched as Dr. Richardson signaled to Rye to remove her prior to 4 minutes. While security was following her to remove her for going over time, she swore and flipped you the bird. You all ended her time without accommodation. You should be ashamed, but you're not. And you, probably because she was effectively exposing critical race theory within our schools. The board is apparently offended by this, but not pictures of oral sex in the libraries, the lawn boy and the bluest eye, which, by the way, the parents are not inflamed about the characters of these books. We are inflamed about the content of the books. Back to the discrimination. I was so disturbed that I emailed the board. I received a reply from Dottie, and by the way, Dottie, I got your little Facebook reply that you deleted. I screenshotted it. I'm glad that you were doing your workshop meeting. And so I'm sorry for everybody else that has to listen to that, but that was childish. Why'd you delete it? I got a reply from Dottie. She said she didn't believe the woman's disability was real. The following meeting, the room was taped off, and I witnessed a visibly handicapped woman standing outside.
30 seconds.
Being told she had to speak online, you would not accommodate her. Here's a picture of her with her medical gear standing below your no bullying sign. Ironic. On the same day I arrived, and I indicated I am medically exempt from masking, and I was treated like I was not believed. It was humiliating, dehumanizing, embarrassing. On the same day, what do all the people you discriminate against have in common? Well, first, we are women, the very women that Melnick's running to protect. What happens when you disagree with the board majority?
Our next
You
speaker
discriminate.
is Annie Palumbo, then Thomas Conant, then Amy Solares.
Good evening. I need a second to set up my camera because you got to shut the camera off. Don't worry, we'll get it. We'll get it all on film. Who's laughing? I don't think it's funny. I'm taking my time to fight for our kids. Okay. Who laughed over there? Dottie? I don't care. All right, so I don't even know where to start today. I don't even write notes anymore because this stuff comes so natural, like you can't make it up. There were 19 students, 19 out there. We had nice dialogue. When I saw the agenda today, I'm like, how did those students all come to speak today? Well, I went on to Stand and Advocate for Equity. It's a Facebook page. It just so happens that Suzanne Saltesiak, or Suzanne Frayling, runs that page, and it's a pack. Suzanne just so happens to have been Jessica Owens' campaign manager and friends with Kim Melnick. So I thought it was interesting how 19 kids were out there, and we had a nice conversation with them. It was peaceful, but they all think porn in our libraries is okay. You know, it's funny. You guys are all sitting up here. We were talking the other day, and it's like, when I voted, all the years I voted, when it came to school board, I didn't know who it was. I was like, oh, that name sounds great. I'll check that. And about 90% of people do that. That's why most of you are sitting here. So, do not turn the cameras away from me. This is in our libraries. You turned it away last time, and I'm watching it. This is pornographic material, regardless of what the kids say. This is in Genderqueer. It is a book in our libraries, very inappropriate. I'm watching. I can't tell if the camera's turned away, but if it isn't, if it is, don't worry. I've got it on my video. And here's another excerpt from it. But it's funny because all of the kids outside think there's nothing wrong with this. They think it should be, porn should be discussed in schools. It should be an open discussion with teachers and kids. Like, no, you guys are just, teachers are supposed to teach math, reading, history, science, not this garbage. And there's a lot of it out there. I mean, look at, this is a pap smear. A pap smear is a life-saving procedure. And you're likening it to a sword in somebody's gut? I mean, do you guys even know what's in your book library?
30 seconds.
I mean, a period? This is a period? I've never been in a bathroom with blood everywhere. You guys are treating women and girls like crap. And the girl before me said it true. You guys, look at you. You're all writing on your phones, Trinace. You know what? I feel like sometimes this is a waste of my time to come up here, but then I say I can't abandon all this. Because one of these days, your recall is getting so many signatures, you're going to be out of here.
And that is time. Our next speaker is Thomas Coyant, then Amy Solares, then Sandra Ditting.
Welcome.
I'm here tonight in opposition to mandating COVID-19 vaccines for athletes in our schools. I'm severely perturbed that this school board persists in making unscientific mandates on our student population. You've continued the ridiculously and wildly unscientific mask mandate, despite the fact that there's still no definitive study anywhere in the world that showed that there's any benefit from wearing masks. My granddaughter was deprived of participating in senior courses at Salem High because of your unscientific decisions to keep schools closed most of last year. Now you want to end the athletic aspirations of hundreds and maybe thousands of our students by mandating vaccinations to participate in sports. This is scientifically unsound and logically absurd. First, compared to other age groups, people under 18 are at overwhelmingly lower risk of serious illness and death from COVID-19. According to the CDC, the survival rate for children under age 20 who get COVID is 99.998%. To give some perspective, in the United States, 280 children under 18 died from COVID between January and September 2021. During that same time, over 300 died from flu and pneumonia, over 500 from heart disease, and over 1,600 were killed in car accidents. It would make a whole lot more sense for a school board to mandate seatbelts in school buses than to mandate vaccines. On July 1st, the American Association of Medical Colleges reported that in a study of 91,000 youth soccer players and another of 30,000 high school athletes, participants who contracted the disease usually got it from their homes and communities, not from athletics. Last Thursday, the CDC said that a higher than usual number of cases of heart inflammation has been reported following COVID-19 vaccine, with teenagers and those in their early 20s accounting for more than half of the cases, despite being a fraction of those vaccinated. And CDC Director Rochelle Walensky admitted in August that vaccines had become ineffective in stopping the spread of the virus. The whole push to mandate vaccines and separate those who are vaxxed from those who are not has literally the same ideological basis as the divisive ideas contained in the teachings of critical theory, which are undeniably ubiquitous in our school system. By mandating vaccines for student athletes, you are artificially creating a scenario of us versus them into the athletic system. This mandate will single
30
out
seconds.
for shame, shunning, and even bullying those who are not vaxxed by those who are vaxxed. By this mandate, you, the adults in the room, are telling these children that the vaxxed are the good guys and the unvaxxed are the bad guys. Someone please do the right thing and reverse this harmful and utterly unscientific decision. Thank you. By the way, I applaud those girls who are here advocating for lacrosse. I think that's a great thing. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Amy Solaris, then Sandra Ditting, then Stephen Janetti.
Welcome.
Hi. First, I also like to say that I respect those kids that got up in front of you and speak, because this is not an easy thing to do. Whether I agree with them or not, I totally respect them for coming up here and speaking in front of everybody. Now, I know I'm speaking to a deaf ear when I stand in front of the majority of this board, and that's a real shame. But I will start my statement as I did the last one. I am neither a domestic terrorist nor am I a racist. I'm just a fed-up mom who's tired of the decisions this school board has been making, which in my opinion go against the best interests of the students in their charge. You interrupt speeches, you make us wear masks to hinder our speech, you wear your mask only when you think someone's watching, you've cut our speaking time down. You've given yourself the right to stop speakers from speaking if you deem the speech out of proper decorum. You closed off most of the seats in these chambers to keep us out. You allow surveys in the classrooms, which are used to support the bringing in of the racist teachings of CRT and SEL. You've allowed boys to enter girls' locker rooms and bathrooms without question. You've taken away the safety and security of our children in the schools. Sexual assaults, for example, in Loudoun County is the big one. You've taken away parental rights when it comes to our own children with masking our kids and the transgender policy. You take away our rights to bring proof to show you what we're discussing in the form of posters or other objects, because for one, it might offend you, like the pornography that you've allowed in the libraries. You've taken away the innocence of our children with the allowance of inappropriate books in the public school libraries until we parents stood up and demanded them be removed. And now you're going against our First Amendment rights to gather and free speech. The First Amendment of the U.S. Constitution states Congress shall make no law abridging the freedom of speech or the right of the people to peacefully to assemble. And your school board bylaws, decorum and order school board meetings, C3 says school administration building or other location meetings are not open for public forums for public expression. The administration building, its grounds and reserved parking spaces are not open for expressive activities unless a facility use request or application has been approved by the superintendent or designee. These are our premises. This is public property. You're infringing on our constitutional rights. Shameful. You should be working on ways for parents to become more involved with their children's education instead of trying to shut us down. It's been proven time and again, where more involved parents are in the children's education, the more successful the school, the students are. I'd also next like to bring up the constant bombardment of surveys and questionnaires being given out.
30 seconds.
Holy smokes. Okay, I didn't get to anything. The questions range from self-awareness to when they first had sexual intercourse. These questions are given out to 11-year-old middle school and high schools, 11 to 17-year-olds. When was it determined that it was okay to ask our children these questions? I certainly wasn't asked about it. The surveys are being used to justify the bringing in of new lessons and teachings under the guise of diversity and inclusion. This school board and Dr. Spence are failing our children by focusing on CRT and
And that is
SEL.
time.
Thanks.
Our next speaker is Sandra Ditching, then Stephen Janetti, and then Natalie Petrovsky.
Welcome.
Good evening, Madam Chair, Ms. Rai, and the school board. I'm Sandy Dittig. I'm a 20-year Virginia Beach resident. I am a retired Army General Officer and Aviator and the former president of Hampton Roads Lacrosse. But most importantly, and my favorite thing, is I'm a lacrosse mom to 2 Virginia Beach school graduates. The LAX community was absolutely delighted to see lacrosse on the agenda this evening and here to ask you for your support to add lacrosse as a high school activity, as a varsity sport. HR LAX and the entire community has been pursuing VHSL lacrosse for over 15 years, growing the game and the community involved. Very pleased to say that with the addition of Green Run High School lacrosse in spring 2022,
all 11 Virginia Beach high schools will field a lacrosse program. The family is now together, so a big welcome to the Stallions. The high schools have a very solid youth pipeline. There's 2 youth leagues, Legacy Lacrosse and Coastal Crush, and a whole myriad of various levels of lacrosse that can be played in the Hampton Roads community. So the pipeline is strong, and we see absolutely no reason why the future wouldn't be completely bright. So none of this of Virginia Beach lacrosse would have been possible without the support of the Virginia Beach Public Schools, the principals, the stacks, the administrators. I mean, Dr. Soltner, Mr. Rhodes, the HR ladies who have vetted all our coaches, and Ms. Reutzel Hood, who works in school rentals, who gave us a place to practice all these years. I mean, we are a turnkey organization in that respect, is that we have been fully intertwined with the schools and Parks and Rec, and we're doing great, as a matter of fact. In 2020, right before the COVID lockdown, we had 565 players just in Virginia Beach, which constituted about half the league. That's a lot of kids playing lacrosse, you know, at about $150 a clip. So they were still willing to play. In 21, we
30 seconds.
worked through our challenges. So we are in the hub of lacrosse here in the NCAA world. University of Virginia, 2-time national champ, the men's program very recently. Our kids are missing out on the opportunity for those scholarships, particularly at the HBCU, Hampton University, who are funded in perpetuity. We need to get our kids involved in this varsity sport and all those options open to them.
And that is time.
Thank you so much.
Our next speaker is Stephen Giannundi, then Natalie Petrovsky, then Becky Bowers-Lanier.
Welcome.
Hey, good evening. Good evening, school board members. I'm Steve Giannetti. I am the program manager and volunteer assistant coach at Kellam High School Lacrosse Club. Also been active duty in the Navy. I'm the captain, executive officer of Naval Air Station Oceana. I want to thank the school board. I've had three sons go through the school system here in Virginia Beach for the most part. One's at Virginia Tech, one's at boot camp in the Marine Corps, and a sophomore at Kellam High School. I want to talk to you tonight, and it is an honor for me to stand here tonight to represent over 90 student athletes and parents of Kellam High School, both boys and girls players and their families that play lacrosse and have sustained that for over the years. We are here to voice our desires to continue that progress, to go varsity and become a VHSL member, and to compete at the next level here in Virginia. Lacrosse, like Kellam and a lot of other schools in Virginia Beach, started back in 2004 and 5, where we just had about 20 boys play, pick up games, and play with other high schools. When HRLX started in 2009 and 10 and took over high school, it just skyrocketed from there. For the last 9 years, a boys team at Kellam has sustained growth from 25 players all the way up to about 45 to 50 players a year, one of the biggest programs in sports in the school as a club. The girls team started in 2016, and they've risen and built themselves up to over 40 players sustained over the last 3 years at Kellam. We've had a lot of success winning records. Our boys team has been in the playoffs every year, won our district Southside champions, and I'm very proud that our girls team went all the way and won the league championship last year, this past spring. Our club staff, we have 2 head coaches, a boys and a girls, with 3 assistant coaches, both all the way through. They're using NFHS guidelines, USA Lacrosse certifications. All of our players are academically certified, as well as VHSL sports physical requirements. So everything you have in a varsity sport at our schools, our coaches and our players and our managers all have. We've also had our application process through the non-VB City Public School Supplemental Employee since 2019, and we're all members of that. We've had great assistance and support throughout from Kellam High School that mirrors all the other schools. So with Principal Schubert, our SAC Amy Pratt, and our school sponsors, just like Sandy Diddick said, all of our practice fields, facilities, and games were able to get support. So what I stand here tonight is to ask your support
30
in
seconds.
making lacrosse a varsity sport and joining VHSL for Virginia Beach. That is the only way that we're going to be able to get the student athletes that you heard tonight as well get to that point where they can compete at the highest level in the Commonwealth and continue to succeed. So thank you very much for all your time. Appreciate it.
Our next speaker is Natalie Petrosky, then Becky Bowers-Lanier, then Sandra Ann Frazier.
Welcome.
Hi. Thank you, school board members and administrators. My name is Natalie Petrosky, and I'm the head coach for the Kellam High School Girls Lacrosse Program, as well as the owner of Legacy Lacrosse. I serve as kids from 4 years old all the way up to 18. I serve because this is exactly what coaches do. I stand here to speak as a coach, but also as a prior player, a parent, and an advocate for all of our players, youth to collegiate. I will try to keep this brief as time allows, but I don't want anyone to miss the big picture on why I believe VHSL is critical for lacrosse and, of course, our student athletes. Sports can be a window to teach kids life lessons as well as the sport itself. Lacrosse is no different. As a coach, you build them up to always work hard, push themselves, and to never give up. Lacrosse is a sport that requires athleticism and doesn't allow you to be lazy. You have to be able to catch, pass, run, dodge, all this at the same time. In a game, a midfielder runs an average 3 to 5 miles, and that's just running. If you have never seen a lacrosse game, I highly recommend you do. There are no shortcuts in lacrosse. The blood, sweat, and tears that go into practices and games from these players are real and deserving of the same acknowledgement as any other sport in high school. For the 2021 spring season, my Kellam team not only won the championship, but they were undefeated for the entire season. Yes, they won every game they played. Extraordinary. I bring this up so that you understand that not only did they accomplish something that many players never do, but they did it during a time in their life where everything was turned upside down with the pandemic. They surpassed any standard anyone could set for them. That season will be etched in me as a coach, not because of the wins, but because of what these young women accomplished and overcame. It was an honor to be their coach. I say all this to highlight the real impact this sport has on our student athletes. This sport gave these players a place. It gave these players something that couldn't be given to them anywhere else in their life. This sport makes real impacts and to a lot of student athletes. Youth lacrosse is just as much of an option here in Virginia Beach as any other youth sport. As the youth programs continue to get stronger, and they have to have somewhere to go. One of the biggest conflicts between high school and college lacrosse is exposure to college opportunities. Exposure doesn't just help their athletic career, but with their academic career as well. For the 2018-19 school year, there were more NCAA scholarships offered there than were actually utilized. Currently, the only way these lacrosse players have the exposure for these scholarships is to pay to play. This can be a setback for players who don't have the financial means. This is limiting right off the bat. This is one of the few areas in the state of Virginia that lacrosse is not a varsity sport. This makes it even more difficult for a player to have the exposure needed for one of these scholarships just
30 seconds.
in state colleges. Lacrosse becoming VHSL will only help these players and the community. VHSL gives these players the opportunity to grow far beyond high school lacrosse. Isn't that what it's all about? To help guide and navigate our children into becoming great men and women in the world? Lacrosse is just another outlet that does this exact thing. I want my young players to be able to leave their legacy. They deserve that. Tomorrow night at the PAC is our last game for the fall ball season. We have a big Halloween bash for all the players at Legacy Lacrosse. If you don't know the impact this sport has,
And that is time.
I recommend all of you coming out tomorrow night. Thank you for your time.
Our next speaker is Becky Bowers-Lanier, Sandra Ann Fraser, and then Dr. Claudia Hunter-Johnson.
Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening, board members, Dr. Spence, and guests. My name is Becky Bowers-Lanier. I'm a resident of Virginia Beach, a registered nurse, an advocate for health and K-12 education, and the mother of a Cox High School graduate. Appreciate the opportunity to speak in support of quality instruction and equity for elementary physical educators in Virginia Beach City Schools. I'd like to take this opportunity to make sure you and the community are aware that the student-teacher ratio for licensed elementary health and PE teachers in Virginia Beach is thousands of students. Every period of every day for 45 minutes, each period, an average of 4 to 6 classes are brought to the gymnasium at 45-minute intervals throughout the day. The number of classes per grade level varies depending on school size. K-5 class lessons are planned and graded by one PE teacher 5 days a week for every student in every elementary school, with the expectation that high-quality instruction is delivered to up to 150 students at the same time, while they are also managing several teacher assistants and ensuring all students are safe and learning lifeline health and wellness skills. This sounds crazy, but this is the reality for elementary PE teachers in Virginia Beach. It's my understanding that this model was adopted to provide a common planning period for every grade level teaching team. Virginia Beach could accomplish this common planning outcome by equitably dividing the grade level classes among the art, music, school counselors, librarians, and PE teachers. This would equitably distribute the student-teacher load for all specialty area teachers and improve student learning and health outcomes. This would allow the PE teachers to be even more vigilant about cohorting student groups, sanitizing equipment, mask monitoring, and contact tracing. As an example, if one compares the time a school librarian, school counselor, art and music teacher spends with their students in a school of 700, everyone except the PE teacher sees 700 students once a week for 30 minutes each. In contrast, the health and physical educator sees 700 students 5 times a week for 30 minutes plus an additional 15 minutes for recess, which is a total of 350 students for 225 minutes a week. While I applaud a common planning period for
30 seconds.
grade level teaching teams, I sincerely hope you will support dividing all the grade level classes equitably among the librarians, school counselors, music, art, and PE teachers. We all want what is best for our teachers and students. Balancing teacher-student ratios among art, music, and PE will preserve the common planning period and allow the health and physical educators to deliver high-quality instruction with realistic class numbers that are similar to their
And that is
counterparts
time.
in the other Hampton Roads school divisions.
Our next speaker is Sandra Ann Fraser, then Dr. Claudia Hunter, and then John Beatty.
Welcome.
Glad to be here, but I have to get up at 3 o'clock for a flight, so I'm going to make it quick. Once again, the books, I can't even believe we are still discussing this. These books should have already been pulled. And oh, how convenient you bring in 19 students who think that porn is okay. Okay, at 15, 16, a boy walks into a girl's bathroom and rapes her. Spence, I know you have a daughter. You're okay with that? All of you, if you have daughters, even if you have sons, is that what you want your son to become? Because it is a proven fact. Child molesters, sexual abusers, they start out reading porn. Then they start watching it. And then they've got to experience. And then we have this travesty. So what happened in Loudoun County is a disgrace. It never should have happened. And I am not going to stand by and let it happen here. But you are all accountable if you allow this. And Spence has already approved it. Okay. I'm going to go on, off the books. Critical race theory is defined by the American Bar Association as a practice of interrogating race and racism in society that emerged in the legal academy and spread to other fields of scholarship. It critiques how the social construction of race and institutionalized racism perpetuate a racial caste system that relegates people of color to the bottom tiers. Culturally responsive practices are grounded not in theory, but in research and educational application. These practices are designed to bridge the gap between learning and lived culture by focusing on authentic relationships, student experiences, and pedagogy, which is the art of profession of teaching. The goal of CRP is to strengthen student engagement and build a culture that values both individuality and inclusivity. Cultural responsiveness embodies a multifaceted approach that considers leadership, teachers, students, the learning environment, and the community fundamental factors for academic achievement and social empowerment. This verbiage is based on that of culturally responsive teaching, a pedagogy that recognizes the importance of including students' cultural identities in all aspects of
30
learning.
seconds.
I used to help with the Virginia Beach reading program with first graders. Okay, I had a little boy who had darker skin than me ask me one day, I heard black people don't and white people don't like each other. I am not going to turn my back on. I still have the letter he wrote to me when school was over. And I just put my hand on his and I said, I don't care what color your skin
And that is time.
I just want you to succeed, and he will.
Our next speaker is Dr. Claudia Hunter Johnson, then John Beatty, then Latasha Tinsley.
Welcome.
Thank you so much. It's been wonderful to be here. I'm the grandmother of two dazzling granddaughters in your wonderful school system. I'm also a lifelong educator and writer, a Pulitzer Prize nominee for my first memoir, Stifled Laughter, which recounts my 5-year-long effort to reinstate banned literary classics to the classrooms of rural North Florida. I was the first recipient of the Penn Newman's Own First Amendment Award, presented to a U.S. resident who has courageously fought in the face of adversity to safeguard the First Amendment right to freedom of expression as it applies to the written word wherever it may be threatened. And I feel it's threatened here in Virginia Beach, our vibrant, diverse community I'm happy to call home. One book has already been removed, Gender Queer, a memoir, which won the Alex Award from the Young Adult Library Services Association, an official American Library Association award. The list of challenge books includes 3 astonishing, towering novels: Lawn Boy by Jonathan Evison, A Lesson Before Dying by Ernest Gaines, and The Bluest Eye by Nobel laureate Toni Morrison. Because 2 board members found certain passages offensive and want to deny all students access to these library books. I was heartened to hear your legal counsel talk about how the First Amendment protects students' right to receive information, because I was going to say that if she didn't. But where it does protect students' right to receive information, but where is it written that we won't be offended? To ask the question, I think, is to answer it. You received a letter on October 20th from the National Coalition Against Censorship, pointing out that all of these titles at issue tell stories about people of color, all grapple with difficult ideas of identity, all are complex narratives that cannot be reduced to individual passages or scenes taken out of context, and all help students achieve one of the goals of the English Standards of Learning for Virginia Public Schools, to prepare students to collaborate with diverse groups in their community's workplace and post-secondary education. I like to think of great books as empathy machines. As film critic Robert Ebert described great movies, he said, I can live in someone else's shoes.
30 seconds.
I can see what it feels like to be a member of a different gender and so forth. Great books do not divide us, they connect us because they are empathy machines. They help our students develop empathy toward others, they help them connect. And on behalf of our students of the First Amendment, I hope you'll reinstate these challenged works. Thank you.
Madam Clerk, before we introduce the next speaker, I have a proposal for my colleagues. There are 4 more in-person speakers, so my proposal is that we allow them to speak now, and then we'll put our Zoom speakers on notice that we'll get back to them per the agenda after the information portion. Is everybody in agreement with that? Okay.
Our next speaker is John Beatty, then Latasha Tinsley, then Stephanie Baker.
Welcome.
Hi, there was recently an article that said Fairfax County Schools lost 10,000 students in the last 3 years. You know, we are VB Schools. Took us longer than that, but we've also lost 10,000 students. Used to be 73,000 students in this school system. Now there's only 63,000 students. The population of Virginia Beach has gone up in that time. So just understand what that takes for a parent to pay all the taxes, to fund the $900 million here, and still pay $20,000 every year per student to go somewhere else. And that's what they've chosen to do. Or they've chosen to homeschool their kids, which, as we found out last year, that is a massive amount of time and effort and energy, which is something we're not all equipped to do. But people have chosen to do that. So the question is, why? And the calendar is a start for here, counting half days as full days, counting the debacle of virtual days as full days, counting a virtual year as a full year. So the whole thing of like not having in-person learning and then not having a plan, especially for the special needs kids in the last little bit, makes people walk with their feet. and then also looking at what you actually are doing. Critical race theory, and then the social emotional learning and for panorama education, spending $50,000 on that, all at the same time, test scores have plummeted. I mean, scores are down, especially math, science, reading, all across the board. It's terrible. So you can't get here to come speak unless you walk past the folks out front who have a recall for most of you up here. They're not wrong. You guys have not done a solid job with all these decisions in the last bunch of years. We lost 10,000 students are not in our school system anymore. So let's bring us to the next decision you have to make on the vaccines for healthy teenage kids who don't wear masks anywhere. In school, they don't wear them properly. This is the third year of COVID. Every one of these kids has already been exposed to COVID. Like, they're not at risk for this, and they should not be subject to any vaccines as it comes in. This quote just came out today from the FDA, and someone
30
said,
seconds.
"We're never going to learn how safe this vaccine is unless we start giving it." And one of the side effects, myocarditis, fortunately, Pfizer has a drug to combat myocarditis called Vyndaqel, which has gone up almost 100% in the last year, because it's a real thing and it's something we should not be giving to our kids.
Our next speaker is Latasha Tinsley, then Stephanie Baker, then Daphne Stagg.
Welcome.
Welcome. Thank you for having me. I just want to start off by saying I come to you today because of a matter that has been set before me, and it has grieved my heart. It has come to my attention that the transgender policy has been implemented in school. And while I understand the views on this, I also understand that it can also be very detrimental. Children can now identify as the opposite sex in order to go to the opposite bathroom, which could possibly lead to rape or even teenage pregnancy. Not to mention that it's against what God has already put in place. He has made them the way He wanted them to be, and we don't have the power to change it. So I challenge you not to bow down to the gods of this world, because you will all give an account to the true and living God, and Jesus is soon to return. And I just want to say that in the book of Daniel, chapter 7:25, it says that Satan shall think to change the times and the law, and that is exactly what's happened. We cannot impose this on these children. It's confusing them, and it's going to make matters worse. Thank you so much.
Our next speaker is Stephanie Baker, then Daphne Stagg.
Welcome.
Good evening. My time started. Oh, yes. Good evening, school board members and Dr. Spence. I am here tonight to address the weekly testing of unvaccinated athletes. I am hoping that what I have to say will be heard, as I am one of thousands who disapprove of this. I would like to start by bringing to your attention the rumors floating around Virginia Beach. The first is that coaches are privately being told to take only vaccinated players. The second large rumor is there will be no winter or spring JV teams. Many teens are choosing to get the vaccine. The word I emphasize here is choosing to get it. Many are choosing to not get it because of the side effects and loss of the ability to play their beloved sports. Why should my teen have to submit to weekly testing when someone vaccinated can get it and spread it? Why are all athletes and coaches not being subjected to testing? This is not mandated by the state. Why are we, the city and the state, wasting money on this? Our teens and athletes have been subjected to enough these last 18 months. Why cause them more angst and worry? Lastly, I leave you with how real-life athletics are being played since July 2020. Travel sports teams have been playing since the summer of 2020. When a case pops up, the athletes get tested, and once they have a negative test, they can return. Almost all travel sports require a COVID waiver to be signed. My son's travel team has been in North Carolina and Pennsylvania, all while the Delta variant has been identified. Not one player or team we played has had COVID. Vaccinations are not required, thus allowing the choice to the player and their parents. I ask you to please research outside clubs playing sports before you vote on or support weekly testing for unvaccinated athletes. Lastly, also do some research on your own of studies of teens with the microcarditis and the side effects that they're having. Thank you for your time.
Our next speaker is Daphne Stagg.
Welcome.
Good evening. I want to talk about the books and your being okay with them. Statistically speaking, it's impossible for these kids not to be going to school with a predator. The pornographic material you offer the students' only purpose is to groom and sexually desensitize children. As one parent testified outside, all children process information differently. Her son is mentally ill. He was exposed to pornography and sexually abused his sister. How can you guarantee parents that your pornographic material won't sexually arouse a predator who will sexually assault their child? Was the boy in Loudoun County exposed to your pornographic books before he put on a skirt and raped those 2 girls? One of the students outside said her grandmother gave her a book that affected her life. How does pornographic content affect these kids' lives? Spence's quote in the newspaper, "Some people may be offended by things that others may not be offended by." Well, some parents may be offended by your pornographic books, and some children may process your pornographic books differently than others. You are sexually desensitizing and grooming these children for predators. I can't wait until you are all recalled and Spence is fired. Thank you.
And Madam Chair, that was our last in-person speaker.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. So, it's already decided. I'll talk later. What's the point then? Well,
I just respectfully request that we just listen to the last 5 Zoom speakers. It's 15 minutes max, and I hate for them to have to wait if it's only just 5. It's not an entire page.
let's take a poll, what you all want to do
Yeah.
for whoever's still here.
Yeah.
So how many are supporting? All right, then we will proceed, Madam Clerk, with Zoom.
Okay, our first online speaker is Lisa Kopacik. Please unmute.
Good evening. Last year, this board recognized at last that students' mental health needs are not being met. However, now that athletes are back on the fields and we're back 5 days per week, this issue seems to have disappeared from the board's radar, and somehow we're back to normal. They and we are not okay. I come before you tonight as a 34-year VB-CPS veteran who loves her students and loves being a teacher. But I am exhausted, and I'm not alone. Teachers make 1,500 educational decisions daily. That's 4 per minute. Additionally, we have more than 200 unplanned, unpredictable, and decision-requiring exchanges with students every hour. Teachers and other staff face an incredible cognitive load, responding in meaningful and developmentally appropriate ways based on the unique characteristics of this student in this space in this moment. The past 18 months have increased this load substantially. Cognitive load theory explains that problem solving requires the use of working memory, limited in both its capacity and the time for which it holds information. While experts function on autopilot, using the relatively permanent and limitless long-term memory, novices rely on working memory. The pandemic has made us all novices, forcing us to spend more time thinking consciously about things that were once procedural. Just when we feel settled that things are moving toward autopilot, we have another pivot and we are forced back into working memory again. Regardless of your role in VBCPS, your cognitive load has increased. Our students too. It isn't just deficits in reading and math. Our students have also lost their academic stamina, as what was once autopilot now requires conscious decisions, even for our high school students. What my students once accomplished in an hour now takes significantly longer. The need to provide scaffolding is immense. Staying on pace is not feasible. Our students feel the pressure and their stress level is rising. In closing, I plead with you to stop arguing about banning books and to stop searching for opportunities
30 seconds.
to reframe everything through the lens of what you believe is CRT. We have long-standing policies in place to address both of these issues. Instead, please focus on responding to the mental health needs of students, teachers, and other staff of the school division. We are exhausted. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Christopher Noxon. Please unmute.
Welcome.
Thank you so much. I'm so glad to be here. I am the author of the book Good Trouble, Lessons from the Civil Rights Playbook. It's one of the 6 books that is proposed to be banned. I come before you because I wrote a book about the wisdom and the tactics of the freedom struggle, and it gets its name from the rallying cry of Congressman John Lewis, who said that when you see something that's wrong, you have to get up and stand up, and make some trouble. That's what I'm here to do tonight. Targeting all of these books is reprehensible and dishonest. It's not about pornography or protecting kids or grooming. This is about fear, and it's about oppression. It's about silencing certain voices and winning elections and holding on to power. Notice that the choice of these 6 books, of the 1,500,000 in Virginia Beach schools, 2 are written by prominent African American novelists, and 3 deal with the LGBTQ community. And they call these books obscene and pornographic. Then there's my book, Good Trouble. It contains no profanity, no sex, so what's the issue? Board members have said that they haven't read it, and they don't intend to. But that didn't stop them from having it pulled from shelves pending review. I asked the students and teachers of this district, what are they so afraid of? What about civil rights do they find so dangerous? Let's be clear about what's going on. This is a cynical effort to whip up moral panic and grab political power. It's the same playbook being used in Texas and all across the country, where school officials are being prohibited from talking about systemic racism and telling teachers that they need to present opposing viewpoints to things like the Holocaust. Is that what you want here? Do Virginia Beach schools need to present opposing viewpoints to civil rights? I hope that the school board members tonight will address what their specific objections are to Good Trouble. Thank you so much.
Our next speaker is Sarah Gerloff. Please unmute.
Welcome.
Thank you. I would be speaking in person, except some of you people down there wish to treat us like circus animals and make us jump through hoops to get an unnecessary mask exemption to get through the doors. Well, your wish is my command. You're going to get a lion. I do not need an exemption because I have liberty, and nobody on this planet is taking my liberty. Do you understand? Liberty is your free will to decide what is best for you, as long as you do not infringe on the rights of another. Some of you down there clearly do not understand the definition of liberty. Mandated mask or vaccine is a form of coercion. Coercion is illegal. When one wears a mask, it is a sign of submission and will easily give up their liberty. It shows ignorance of laws, and it is a sign of fearfulness. Americans are not to be any of these. Those mandating a mask and a vaccine are violating the following real laws. Number one, the entire Constitution for the United States of America is being violated, since it is based on our unalienable rights of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. But if you need a specific amendment, it's the 14th Amendment. Number two, you're violating the Virginia Constitution, Article 1, Section 1. Number three, you're violating U.S. Title 18, Code 242, which makes it a crime under color of law to willfully deprive another human of a right or privilege protected by the Constitution. Liberty is protected. Number four, U.S. Title 18, Code 241, makes it a crime for two or more to conspire together to injure, threaten, or intimidate a human in the free exercise or enjoyment of any right or privilege secured by the Constitution. The conspiracy is the crime. So therefore, the president, the governor, and anyone else who has conspired to commit these crimes, if they've mandated something, it's a threat. If they're threatening humans to wear a mask or get a vaccine, they have already committed a crime. They are the real conspiracy theorists and should be locked up. They are criminals, and I just read the real laws that prove it. The next topic I want to address is Dr. Aaron Spence. He is in violation of his employment contract. He has owned
30 seconds.
EduNavigate Leadership Consultants since 2019. Why has he not been terminated? Carolyn Rye and Kimberly Melnick, I expect an answer from you, and I want it in writing. Why is he still there? 7 of you on this board keep masking our children. You are a direct threat to our kids. You have harmed them socially, emotionally, and physically with your coercive tactics. Your ignorance have led to you committing crimes because you're breaking real laws. I'm calling for the 7 of you to step down.
And that is time.
It's your free will to decide, but you're going out one way or the other.
And that is time. Our next speaker is Diana Howard. Please unmute.
Welcome.
Can you hear me?
Yes, Ms. Howard, welcome.
Okay, hi. My name is Diana Howard, and I'm here to speak on the policy that you have implemented or are about to implement. And I just want to, start where this all had started. COVID hit, and mandates to slow the spread in order to give hospitals time to adequately prepare led to the lockdowns that closed schools and businesses. When schools opened, it was virtually. Parents who were now home with their children became acutely aware of what was being taught to their children. These could have been isolated incidents until parents started bringing their concerns to school boards, only to be harassed and dismissed as their concerns were denied, even though they became armed with evidence, recordings, pictures, testimony from children, teachers, medical professionals across Virginia, documentation even from the Virginia Department of Education website, the Federal Register for public comments in the administration's prioritizing CRT indeed confirmed what was going on. The school board sided with teachers' unions to not allow in-person schooling until they were prioritized for vaccination. Even after they claimed fear of COVID among children not being vaccinated, apparently the unions will not be satisfied until the whole world gets the jab multiple times, since even a 0.101% risk is too much for them. Children are masked in school all day, while entertainment venues inside and out all across Virginia, people are unmasked. Not so long ago, you also were perfectly comfortable sitting there on your diocese while the chamber was full of people unmasked. None of you seemed to have a problem when
30
the teachers'
seconds.
unions had their rallies shouting and honking their horns to drown out children, speaking in parking lots. But now that it's an organized group of parents, you want to require permits. Parents wouldn't be so angry if you hadn't started constantly interrupting them while they were speaking and insisted that, limited numbers of people
And that is time.
requiring them to wear masks while they stand.
And that is time. Our next speaker,
Thank you. You can follow up, Ms. Howard.
our next speaker is Teresa Salud. Please unmute.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, good evening.
Good evening. I just want to talk about the expressive activity that you have on your agenda. It is incredulous the lengths some of the school board members will go to silence the parents, grandparents, and taxpayers who contradict their opinions on inappropriate subject matter taught to K through 12 budding scholars. Parents and admirable teachers want the children of their large school district to reach soaring new heights in their accomplishments after graduation. The kids are a direct reflection of those parents and teachers' ability to inspire. Your policies are stifling those aspirations of the teachers and the students as you willfully choose to be ignorant and push higher level bureaucracy malarkey. Some of you feel mighty powerful sitting on the raised platform as you snub your nose at the fine, upstanding citizens of this community. The rally that happens before the school board meeting occur on taxpayer-funded property. Taxpayers pay the salaries of the teachers and the school administrators. Therefore, we have every right to be completely involved in what our children will learn in school. These word games you enjoy playing to disguise what the kids are being taught isn't fooling some people any longer. The parents in opposition to you 7 board members and superintendent are going to keep talking and educating others, which is the reason for all these new tactics to silence us. We all have strengths that we should hone, then find a way to come together with others to create an extraordinary, thriving United States of America. And that is all I want to say, but I want to hit on the transgender policy before I leave. The transgender policy is so awful that you would allow a boy to enter into a girl's bathroom and possibly have the same outcomes as Loudoun County, where that boy was allowed to rape a young woman in the female bathroom is just
30 seconds.
crazy. And if you don't think that that's not going to happen here in Virginia Beach, you have another thing coming. And each and every one of the parents of this wonderful community is going to put a stop to it. We will keep talking, and you will not shut us up. Thank you. Have a great evening.
And Madam Chair, that was our last online speaker.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. That brings us to information. And we have Ms. Crystal Pate to welcome. Topic, the budget resolution regarding reversion and revenue actual over under budget. Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening, Chairwoman Rye, Vice Chairwoman Molinek, school board members, Dr. Spence. The presentation I'm going to share with you this evening is a summarization of our fiscal year end 2021 unaudited reversion funds and the revenue sharing formula reconciliation between city and schools. This first slide shows the preliminary amounts we presented to the Planning and Performance Monitoring Committee, or the PPMC, on October 8th. The first line of $14.5 million shows the school operating fund reversion, excluding any of the revenue variances for the school division. This next section shows the school division's revenue variances. As you can see, we came in over budget in federal revenue by approximately $4.7 million, mainly due to the impact aid, and we were over in state sales tax revenue of $7.9 million. We came in under budget in state revenue by 1.9 million, mainly due to lower ADM, and under budget in other revenue by about $650,000 due to decreases in areas such as facility rentals, summer school fees, and other various tuition streams. In total, the revenues came in over budget by $10.1 million. Combining that with the $14.5 million, our total unaudited school operating fund reversion for fiscal year 2021 is $24.6 million. The athletic fund had a reversion of a little over $400,000, and Green Run Collegiate had a reversion of approximately $711,000. This brings the total fiscal year 2021 unaudited reversion to approximately $25.7 million. The preliminary revenue sharing formula reconciliation between the city and the schools resulted in additional revenue to the school division of approximately $29.2 million. On Monday, we did receive an update to this reconciliation, and the city expects it to be final, and it came in at approximately $55,000 higher. This will be reflected on a later slide. So the preliminary unaudited total funding available for reappropriation was $54.9 million. This next slide was also part of the initial presentation to PPMC. It contains spending recommendations. I'm not going to go over each and every one of those, but would like to note at that time 69% of it is recommended for spending on our capital improvement program. Many of these are existing projects. I will comment on the last two items listed under the capital improvement program section. The $4,327,568 is a new CIP project that we would like to request for the replacement of our payroll system, which we know will occur within a 5 to 6 year time frame. Initially, we believe the cost will be in the $14 million range, but certainly that can change over time. The existing vendor we have now will be switching platforms, and this will require us to do a replacement. The $11 million is the amount presented in the CIP approved budget to be allocated from reversion. The city has us put it into our school reserve special revenue fund for use in the 2022-23 CIP. There's also a recommendation for $900,000 to be used for the startup costs for the lacrosse program. And then there are recommendations for the school bus and white fleet replacement and other one-time maintenance and repair projects and equipment. Since this information was presented to PPMC on October 8th, we have received some additional information or recommendations that made some minor changes to two of the slides. So these changes are shown on the next updated slides. This revised slide shows the increase in the revenue sharing formula between the city and schools that I mentioned earlier, $55,000. It was a minor increase, so that total amount for reappropriation is still around $54.9 million. This second slide, revised slide, shows some changes in the allocation of these funds and the creation of a new CIP project. The bid for Lynn Haven Middle School Expansion Achievable Dream Project 1-026 came in higher than expected due to the increase in material cost. So it was recommended that we increase the funding for the project from $750,000 to $1.1 million, and in turn decrease the CIP HVAC project 1-018 accordingly from $3,336,775 to the $2,986,775. This change will allow the project to move forward as planned with minor value engineering negotiations. The other recommendation was to set up a new CIP project for school bus and white fleet replacement instead of annually using our reversion funds for these purchases. One of the main reasons behind this is the supply chain delays that we are experiencing. When we use operating reversion funding, it is to be expended by the end of the appropriation year, which would be June 30th. With the supply chain delays, that can present us a challenge. If we use the exact amount of funding this year and set it up as a CIP project, and if feasible, place funding in this project annually, the funding will carry over year to year and allow us to make the purchase of school buses and white fleet vehicles when the items are available. And the final revision was to take that minor increase in the revenue sharing formula of $55,000 and put it into the new payroll system CIP project. So the last slides in your packet are just our draft resolution, which had our original recommendation. And as the board weighs in and has further discussion on recommendations, we will finalize the budget resolution to be brought back for action on November 9th, 2021. We would ask that any additional recommendations for consideration be presented as soon as possible to us so we can finalize the budget resolution for your vote. When this presentation was made during our workshop, Ms. Hughes had some additional questions on additional information. I have that to share with her and with the board. So for fiscal year 19, if you consider the components of our school operating budget, the revenue variances we had at the time, that ended up being 17.9 million was our school operating reversion without the revenue variances. Excuse me. Our revenue variances, we were over budget by almost $8 million. That totaled 25.5 million. The athletics reversion amount in fiscal year 19 was 438,000. GRCC was about 443,000. That brought us to $26.8 million. The revenue sharing formula with the city at that time was a reduction in revenue to the school system of 745,000, and that gave us a total available for reappropriation of $26.1 million. For fiscal year 20, the school operating budget, again without revenue variances, was 30.8 million. The revenue variances in fiscal year 20 were 6.4 million. So that brought us to 37.2 million. Athletics was 1.4 million. GRCC reversion, 463,000. That brought us to 39 million. The revenue sharing formula in fiscal year 20 also gave us a reduction to the school's revenue of 2.7 million, and that brought us to a total available for reappropriation of 36.3 million. The other information Ms. Hughes requested was regarding our CARES Act. So we did it for our three of our ESSER funds. So we have our ESSER 1 that was awarded at 10.1 million. We've spent in 2021 4 million. The expenditures in 22 are about 1.4 million. Encumbrances are about 923,000, leaving remaining 3.8 million. In our ESSER 2, it was a $36.7 million award. There were no expenditures in fiscal year 21. In 22, we've spent about $4 million. In fiscal year 22, we've encumbered about $5.6 million, and that leaves us a remaining balance of $27.2 million. And then our ESSER 3 money, that was an award at $82.4 million. We've spent no money in fiscal year 21. In fiscal year 22, we spent about $796,000. We have encumbrances of $4.2 million, and that leaves a remaining balance of $77.45 million. So that concludes the presentation. I'll be glad to address any additional questions the board may have.
Excuse me, colleagues. I'll just go back to a comment you made in the workshop, that 69% of the recommendations are to go into the CIP fund, which is definitely aligned with our discussions with city council in the past year.
Absolutely. And if we go with the recommendation on the second slide, and I failed to mention that, it'd be almost 82.7%. So if we do set up that new CIP project for the school bus and white fleet replacement, that will look like we're putting about 82% of that million, of that 54.9 million in CIP.
And again, CIP meaning capital
Improvement
improvement,
program,
which is
sorry.
mostly, we're talking mostly but not completely new construction that we
Well, the
needed to.
projects that are
It's a
existing that-
combination. Mhm. Right, well, Mrs. Anderson.
I do like the fact that where you're putting the white fleet and bus replacement. I like that because we have that happen every year,
We
and
do.
every year we have to almost like beg to
Right.
get money from reversion to be able to do that. And so it makes sense to put it in some place where we know it's going to be a reoccurring thing. So I think that's a wise decision to do.
That was
Thank you for that.
Mr. Arnold's decision, recommendation.
Dr. Spence?
Yes, ma'am. I think probably worth just a little bit of a public discussion about how all this works, because this comes up every year and we always get some questions about how this works. So if you just allow me a little bit of indulgence here to remind the public about what these monies that they're looking at are and why they look the way they look. You know, on an annual basis, we'll get an email from somebody and they'll say this is a poor budgeting and you don't know what you're doing and this is a slush fund and all of those things. And so I think it's just important that we continue to always, every year when we talk about this, have a discussion about how these monies become where they are. And you all know, because you've dealt with them for years in most cases. But just to be crystal clear, the school operating fund reversion, which excludes revenues over and under the budget, is 14.4 million, as you see there on your chart. So I'm now back to the revised breakdown of the funds themselves. So that's 14.4 million. That is about 1.5% of the budget. It's about 1.5% of the budget. You'll recall when Farrell was here, and Crystal certainly is carrying on with that very appropriate accounting practice of you don't spend to zero. You can't spend to zero. You have to leave some money for unanticipated costs, increase in fuel costs, increase in utility bills, storm that hits, and there's a cost there that we would have to pay before insurance would help us. So there's lots of unanticipated costs that could happen in any given year, and you just don't. It's not considered to be a good accounting practice. And Crystal, you can certainly speak to that. To spend a budget of this size to zero, you just don't. You don't do it. 1.5%, quite frankly, makes us a little uncomfortable. We always shoot for 2 to 3%, and you know that we've had that conversation in the past, which is why when you look at the comparable numbers from earlier, they're actually a little bit larger than the 14.4 million. So you had the 17.9 million, and I didn't catch the other number, but a little bit larger, because they typically hover in the 2 to 3% range. What's happened this year and what happened last year is that we have received, and in the year prior, we've received more revenue than budgeted for from the state and federal government. In this instance, that total revenue over budget between federal and state budgets, and there's some that's under and there's some that's over, but the combined total is $10 million over budget. So as a reminder for you, and more importantly, I think a reminder for those who question this, you can't budget for and spend revenues you don't know are coming. We don't budget and spend revenues we don't anticipate, because that's also an inappropriate accounting practice. You don't hope you're going to get revenue. You budget for what you anticipate your revenue to be, and we use state projections, we use federal projections, and we use local projections of the revenue sharing formula to help build our budget every year, and that's how we develop our budget. And then, of course, you see here the biggest increase here, which takes it to a number that some people might wonder about, is really good news for our community. Really good news for our community that there is an increase over revenues, revenue over budget in the revenue sharing formula. And this is a true up. This is at the end of the year a reconciliation of that budget of almost $30 million more. That's our portion of the revenue sharing formula, which means the city received also a substantial revenue over budget in their final true up of their budget, which is good news both for the city and for the school division. This is part of the revenue sharing formula which we have, which allows us to meet the needs of our school community. And so we have then in place, because, in Virginia, you can't carry a fund balance. So we have in place a reversion process. So people can say you can call it whatever you want, reversion, whatever. It's just a slush fund. It's not. There is an actual reversion process that's in the code, and it's intended for this purpose, that we return those dollars to the appropriating body, and that the appropriating body can then be asked to return those dollars to the school division for the purposes for which those dollars were earmarked. And in this case, that'd be the $10 million, which were federal and state dollars specifically earmarked for schools, and then the $29 million of revenue of the school division share of the revenue sharing formula, which came in over budget, which is a good thing to have it come in at.
Can I stop you just for a second?
Yes, ma'am.
So the $25,708 was basically also unanticipated funding.
So
correct?
that 25 million is if you're adding the 14 million which we held back, we didn't spend to zero. We ended up with a 1.5% at the end of the year left in our budget, and you add to that the 10 million over revenue between federal revenue, state revenue, and state sales tax and other revenue. All of those four items combined come to about 10 million. So you're adding those two, and then there's a smaller amount of money, about $1 million, that are reversion funds from our athletic funds and the Green Run Collegiate
Okay.
Fund. So you add all that, you get to that 25 million. And then if you add the 29 million, which was again the good news from the city's revenue perspective, in our share of the revenue formula, that 25 plus 29 is where you come up with your 54 million. So,
So
it's
the
kind of a
29
sequential
million
addition.
was also unanticipated revenue.
Completely unanticipated revenue. And again, good news. We need to see it as good news. That's a sign of a healthy economy. And that's a sign that things are going well in the city of Virginia Beach and that those monies are now available to the school division to meet some needs. And I do think the important part then of the question is not whether or not that's good news for us, but how are we looking to spend that money? And so if you look again at the recommendations, and the PPMC has had a conversation about those recommendations, you see things that are needed, right? So there isn't anything in here, I think, if you were to go through it and you look at it, that is not something that's really well and truly on the needs list for Virginia Beach City Public Schools. The other important part of that is we can't make any assumptions. And this is really important. We can't make any assumptions about the ongoing nature of those revenues over budget and the trope of the revenue sharing formula. So we have to assume that's a one-time change to the city's budget. You know, there could have been a big unexpected one weekend, where a lot of people came in and all of a sudden or the housing prices could have gone up. Both of those, I suspect, contributed to the over revenues. Yeah. And you can't anticipate that will continue. So we have to treat them as one-time dollars, and that's why they're all in the category of one-time spend. And until we know what the projected budget is next year as a part of our revenue sharing formula, which would be part of our budget development discussion that starts in earnest in a month or two, we wouldn't want to project that any of those dollars would be in the next budget. So we need to ask to get these dollars reverted to us for the purposes that we've delineated. And again, I think the most important conversation that we can have and that we ought to have, and that's why it's here in front of you now and up for a vote in 2 weeks, is are these the right places to put this money? And as you've heard, we're recommending about 80% of those go to CIP projects. Obviously, we all understand how important CIP projects are. And then, of course, there are some really important, they don't necessarily seem, I don't know what the right word is, flashy, but access layer switches and points, that's part of our infrastructure for broadband. And that is a matching dollar amount for E-rate funds that we can then access from the federal government. Very important that we're able to do that. We don't want to lose those federal dollars to help us continue to upgrade our broadband infrastructure. You just heard, and so it does coincide, and it's important that we have the lacrosse program conversation at the same time, and so you'll hear a little bit more about that. But that there are startup costs associated with that. And so if we're going to do that, if we're going to start a lacrosse program, and so this would be one of those areas where if you decide you're not going to start a lacrosse program, we would want to move that money elsewhere. But if we are going to start a lacrosse program, VHSL lacrosse program, we need the money to deal with the startup costs. They are significant. It's mostly equipment costs, and to go across 12 schools, it's in there for that purpose. So we would be able to do that simultaneously, and we could go down those again. They're not flashy, but they're very important. As you can see, a lot of them have to do with infrastructure upgrades around technology, and then there are some non-capital maintenance projects that are included in there, like painting, carpentry, cabinetry replacement, pressure washing our buildings. So these aren't frivolous spends. These are spends on things that are in the docket for need for the building maintenance and for infrastructure upgrade. And we think that they're well crafted and well thought out and well designed, and hope that our public, as they're looking at that, would recognize that those are things that we need. And so we're not sort of sitting here making a frivolous spend for money that we somehow just found or didn't spend or poorly budgeted for. So I apologize for taking so much time on that, but I know this comes up every year, and I think it's just important we always rehash why these monies exist.
May I just say one more thing?
Okay.
I appreciate that you took the time to explain that, because, we have received some emails from people who didn't quite understand where the money came from, and what it's supposed to be used for. And so I think it's very important that the public hear exactly and have it spelled out on an elementary level, how, you know, where this money came from and what we plan to do with it. So thank you very much.
Any other comments or questions?
I'll just make one more because I know the ESSER funds were asked about, and I apologize. I want to make sure the public understands that too. Those are one-time dollars that have been allotted to the school division. It is a significant amount of money. You all actually heard about the plan for the spending of that money. The important thing to remember is, so somebody will say, well, you haven't spent that money that you have, because we certainly have heard that. That is a 3-year grant. So we have 3 years to spend those dollars, and the plan that we submitted to you all does spend those dollars within the 3 years, really to the letter at this point. And so it's not something that we could move in here to replace these dollars, because again, this is a 3-year grant, and it has a very specific set of purposes. You can't use it for just anything. You have to use it for COVID-related expenditures, and you have to justify those expenditures. We are using it for some capital costs, but they're largely associated with the HVAC work that we have to do to improve air quality. And outside of that, it's spent on other more prominently, or what I would call prominently COVID-related expenditures. So hopefully that kind of addresses some of the questions you might get about the ESSER funds.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Pate. So now, interim financial statements. Keeping with the financial theme. Good evening.
Yeah, good evening, Chairwoman Rye, Vice Chairman Melnick, school board members, Dr. Spence. As of September 30th, the overall revenue trend was acceptable at this point in the fiscal year, as illustrated by the graph. Our September 30th enrollment of 63,698 was lower than the projected enrollment of 64,611, which was used to build the budget for the state revenue. But that enrollment is higher than the 63,693 that the state is currently using to remit payments. This reduction in enrollment would result in a projected shortfall of $4.5 million. Federal revenues continue to show a favorable trend as of the end of September. Other sources of revenue year to date through September are up from last year, although they are still lagging from 2 years ago due to summer school tuition and sale of capital assets. The next graph shows the sales tax receipts are at an acceptable level. Year to date through September, we are approximately $1.4 million higher than the same period last year. And the last graph shows the expenditure and encumbrances trend continues to remain acceptable at this point in the fiscal year. This concludes the presentation. I'll take any questions you have.
Okay, I think we're good. Thank you very much. So that brings us now to our lacrosse discussion, the high school activity addition process. Welcome, Mr. Rhodes.
Chairman Rye, Vice Chairman Melnick, Dr. Spence, members of the school board, good evening. It's my pleasure to share with you a little bit of background information regarding lacrosse. Let's see if I can make this work. Here we go. It's my pleasure to share a little bit of background information regarding lacrosse and its positioning, if added as an interscholastic sport in the Virginia Beach City Public Schools. On behalf of the Department of School Leadership, I'm here to recommend that the school division adopt lacrosse as a varsity sport for boys and girls with a target implementation date of the spring of 2023. The Office of Student Leadership has researched a number of sources in putting this proposal together, and I'll be sharing a variety of information with you tonight. The Virginia High School League sanctions lacrosse as a sport, and it's played in the spring with state championships held each year in June. Over 500 high school students in Virginia Beach played lacrosse for their schools at the club level in 2020, prior to an abrupt end to the season due to COVID. Almost all of our high schools have fielded a boys and girls club lacrosse team for the past several years, some for over 10 years. Although the sport isn't played beyond the club level in local public schools, it's offered as a varsity sport at a number of schools throughout the state. There are several independent school lacrosse teams in Virginia Beach and in our neighboring cities that will provide our schools their most convenient competition outside of the Beach District. The VHSL currently sets the maximum number of regular season contests for lacrosse at 14. 10 games for each school would come against the other Beach District schools. Teams would have the latitude to schedule the other 4 contests against opponents of their choosing. 3 of our schools, Kellam, Lansdowne, and Ocean Lakes, are members of Region 6A. There are 5 schools in that region located in Richmond and Roanoke that already play lacrosse and take part in their region state qualifying tournament. Region 5A, on the other hand, is mostly made up of Virginia Beach high schools plus 2 schools from Chesapeake. The 8 beach schools in 5A would compete against one another in region play for a chance to qualify for the state tournament. The most likely plan for scheduling regular season games will be to mirror the varsity soccer schedule. When the school soccer teams are away, the lacrosse teams would play the same opponent at home on the stadium field and vice versa. To protect stadium fields that have natural grass from overuse, some schools may choose to play some games at alternate sites, such as on the synthetic turf fields at the Princess Anne Athletic Complex or on the stadium field at the former Kellam High School site. Our office put together cost estimates that were based on all 11 schools fielding boys and girls varsity teams, using a standard of 20 players on the team. I'll show you startup costs with annual recurring costs in this presentation. We're also recommending that lacrosse games be ticketed events to be aligned with varsity soccer games. This table detailed some itemized costs associated with starting up boys and girls lacrosse teams at all 11 high schools. Those are listed as initial costs, and recurring costs in year 2 and beyond listed as annual costs. A few items of note. Boys wear helmets and shoulder pads in high school lacrosse, and girls do not. This explains the gender disparity under equipment and uniforms. Each game is officiated by a 3-person crew. Coaching supplement figures are aligned with current soccer and field hockey supplements. And CHKD has stated that an additional athletic trainer will need to be hired for each school should lacrosse be approved. As you can see, the essential estimated expenses to start up 22 lacrosse programs is substantial, and several years after the initial startup, schools will need money to fund replacement items, which are factored into the annual costs listed here. Our school division should expect to realize approximately $50,000 in ticket revenue each year based on historical sales for soccer doubleheaders. The local lacrosse community and students in our schools have been asking for years that the school division add the sport. Recently, with the help of school board approved funding, a few hurdles that were preventing us from recommending lacrosse have now been cleared. 3 of our high schools have synthetic turf fields, and 2 more will be installed prior to 2023. Also, many of our coaches received increases in their supplements this year. These items have helped to pave the way for the addition of lacrosse. As I conclude, I would also be remiss if I didn't say thank you for the support you've shown over the years to maintain our vital and vibrant student activities programs that help serve to keep our students actively engaged in school. So we look forward to your vote on November the 9th. I'll be glad to try to answer any questions you might have.
Okay, we'll start with Mrs. Weems.
Thank you, Mr. Rose. It seems like, yeah, we've had this conversation for how many years?
Quite a few.
I know. I can remember when we started this that not all of our high schools had the club teams, and I know you said there's like 530 students that actually played club sports through the teams, but did all of our high schools have a boys and a club and a girls club team?
In the past, no. I think this year we have one school that we are getting up and running with the help of Hampton Roads Lacrosse.
Okay,
So I think the hope is that this year all 11 schools will have a club program. It's pretty necessary to get it started. So that's really what we want to have happen.
Okay, because if we're thinking about basically a year and a half is going to go by fast. So my question is, will all 22 teams be able to make a team? I mean, will every school be able to get enough interest in players to make a team, in your opinion?
That's obviously our goal. We're going to push hard. And once again, HR Lax has been a great partner in this effort. And I think they're going to concentrate on those schools where they're trying to develop programs. We will as well in the Central Student Activities Office. So that's the plan, is that we will have 2 teams at each school in 2023.
If I could ask for follow-up information, because, yes, my understanding is there's one remaining school that has committed to fielding teams in the spring, but if we could have sent to us, then we often will request similar items on other matters, a present status list of each of the high schools with girls and boys teams.
Yes, ma'am,
and
absolutely.
What's present and the few that are or the 1 or 2 that are projected. I
Sure.
think that would be helpful to everybody.
We can do that.
And I'm sorry, Mrs.
Oh,
Williams,
that's
please
okay.
go ahead.
I think that's all. Well, I guess just out of curiosity, I don't even know if we have this. Do we have any schools that have varsity sports that don't make? And what happens in that case if one school doesn't have enough girls to make a team of something? Or they just don't have a team, I guess.
Yeah,
Okay.
they just wouldn't have a team. I would say in my 36 years in student activities, I've never seen a varsity team in Virginia Beach not make.
Okay.
And so I think that's one of the things about lacrosse. We needed it to get it stabilized in our schools before we could do it. It's very popular in some schools, and in other schools it's starting to catch on. And so I think that was an important hurdle to cross as well.
Right. I remember that whole discussion about that, and that was the reasons to wait. And then one last question, and you may have said this, and I'm sorry if I missed it, but this is just varsity, correct?
Just varsity, boys and girls. Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, we have Mrs. Melnick, then Ms. Owens, and Mrs. Hughes.
So just to expand on Mrs. Weems, I know our goal right now is varsity. What's the end game? Do we see ever a JV? And do you expect that this might become a viable sport at the middle school level?
I think all of those things are possible down the road. We've got to, crawl before we walk.
Right. I do
but,
get, yeah.
Yeah, I think all of those are possible. I mean, that's how JV comes in at all levels. We start at the varsity, and then we bring it in when we're ready to do that. So
Okay.
middle school as well.
And my other question is, why do girls not wear helmets?
The rules are different in the girls' game. There's less contact. And so the boys' game, the way the rules are written, that they actually can contact with a stick, where in the girls' game that's not allowed. So there's some, I've done a little bit of reading. I'm not a lacrosse expert, but I've done a little reading that there is some push for also having helmets in the girls' game, but right now it's not a mandate in the rules.
It's the same weighted ball.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Okay, Ms. Owens.
Ms. Melnick was kind of already introduced
my question slash concern. And I certainly know very little about lacrosse, and I've been kind of reading along as we've been speaking. From what I'm seeing in my quickie Google search for whatever that is worth, the helmets are not mandated for the girls, but they are allowed. And I'm wondering, as a district, as we're trailblazing this as the first district in the area to bring it as a school sport, if we may want to at least make the helmets available to girls, if they are allowed to wear them during the sport and we are providing them to the boys' team, should we not at least have them as an optional allowance provided to our female team? I think it's something, obviously not a direct answer that we need to weigh in, but something that as a board we should be considering as we're bringing this up, because we are going to be setting a standard for the area. So something to think about.
Kind of the way
Perhaps
it's evolved
talking
with
to
softball
CHKD as
too,
well.
and girls, yeah.
With their concussion specialist, I'd love to have some weigh in about what they feel the appropriateness is of providing those helmets.
Right, or even to check with some of these other more established districts on if there's any discussions going on.
Yeah, we're not at that level yet, but we certainly will between now and then have those discussions, absolutely.
And another example is my daughter with field hockey. When she played in high school here, they didn't wear goggles, and now they do. So everything's always evolving.
Right.
Right. Mrs. Franklin. Oh, I'm sorry, Mrs. Hughes, and then Mrs. Franklin.
So I'm also over here Googling. I see field lacrosse has 10 players, box lacrosse has 6, women's has 12. What kind of lacrosse are we playing, and how many people do we need to field a team?
It's 11. My understanding is 11, but if you didn't throw 11 out there, then I need to go back to the drawing book. So I have to look that up, actually. I got to become an expert in lacrosse. I thought that I knew the answer to that, but if 11's not one of the answers, then I got to go find it.
Well, for women's, it says 12 players, 3 attack men, 5 midfielders, 3 defenders, and a goalie. So maybe you were thinking 11 plus a goalie.
Yeah.
Because the 6 I had said 5 plus a goalie.
I thought it was 11 total, but I certainly will look that up.
So, but to field a team, however many you need, that's all we need. You don't need.
Well,
because usually you have more people
yes,
for alternates.
Yes, you would
What are
expect
we
to have.
required to field a team?
Yes, you would expect to have substitutes. You'll need that. So we were basing our numbers on 20 per
Okay.
team.
Okay, yeah, I was just curious. Thanks.
All right, and of course, if any questions surface, we didn't finish yet. I'm sorry, Mrs. Franklin.
That's okay, thank you. So I just had a few questions just in terms of the budgeting for this, because obviously it's a good amount in terms of upfront money. But then I'm looking at the budget that we have calculated for the fiscal year 22. And I mean, right now it looks like for all of the sports, we're putting out about $5,907. And this is going to add another approximately, 500,000, 536,714 every year. Now, don't get me wrong. I'm from Pennsylvania. I love lacrosse, and I've seen it played many times. But so I think it's a great sport. I absolutely love the sport. I just am curious, just in terms of budgeting, though. This is basically going to add another 536,000 on top of our almost $6 million budget for sports that we have right now, and I'm just thinking about all of the projects that we were not able to accomplish, which and I'm just curious. Maybe this is a question for Crystal or someone else, but I'm just curious how we plan on implementing another sport into this. So then it would create basically almost $6.5 million in terms of our budgeting for athletics then. So have we thought about where I saw that you had already planned on, bringing in some revenue from ticket sales, which would offset it by about 50,000. But where are we estimating that we're going to come up with the additional revenues for? the new sport?
Right. So you've asked the right question, which is why you all have to approve this as a sport because there is a significant budget component to it. So we would work in the next budget development process to build that into the operating budget. Because what we wouldn't want to do is wait until after you've had the 1 year of startup costs available to you to figure out where that's going to be. So we would need to build that into the operating budget next year. I'm confident inside of our budget that we can do that, or we wouldn't have brought it to you.
Well, right. I'm just curious because we had a list of unmet needs, and maybe it's a different portion of the budget that we're looking at.
It's still going to be in the operating budget.
Yeah. So it just feels like there was a list of unmet needs that were not able to be completed, or and so
There's a lot of competing things, not just unmet needs, but also benefits costs and
Yes,
compensation, and there's lots of other needs. And that's that's always the give and take anytime you're developing in a budget. And so we're bringing this recommendation to you. We think it's the right time to accomplish it. There's a lot of interest in the community, obviously, a lot of people participating in this sport. It will require a commitment from the school board to put it into its operating budget, and that's why we're asking you to take a vote on it. Recognizing that means some other unmet need or whatever may not be met, and that's a conversation that you all have to have with each other. Our belief is we can build that into the operating budget next year, given what we anticipate revenues will probably be.
okay. All right. Thank you.
And if I may add, just as a division, I think we do recognize the role of extracurriculars as part of the holistic experience of our students. And for me, a major factor is just the sustained commitment of the lacrosse community in this city, sustained and the growth of it. And so whether it's per se a need versus, again, a recognition of the value of extracurriculars. And there's a huge community here that has a really sustained commitment over the course of the past decade. And more so 5 years ago is when given a roadmap, more of the schools were able to, they understood what it would take. And that's why the club programs built upon one another year to year. And this is where we have landed now. Mrs. Felton and then Mrs. Melnick.
Thank you, Chair Rye. Thank you so much for that detailed presentation. And I appreciate you saying what you know and you don't know and what you're looking for. I do appreciate that. But one of the things that you brought up that really spoke out to me this evening when we had the students to speak, and I was so impressed with them. And you said, when you were talking about the equipment, you said yet another disparity when you started talking about the helmets and all that, and for the women. My concern is, which I hope that you're on it, that listening to the students talk about how they were introduced to it and being a minority, especially as women and women of color. I hope that we are going in with a plan to address those things as we move along, especially about all the disparities and all the inequities that they were talking about. The game itself, to me, is proven to be a very engaging sport for those individuals, and they came from Bayside, which we know is predominantly African American neighborhood and students as well. And I hope that we are creating a program or creating some incentives for that to take place as well. I'm looking forward to the game. I'm looking forward to whatever we can do to get it going. Thank you so much.
Okay, Mrs. Melnick.
So as you stated, this has been a long time coming, and we've been hearing from the community for years. And Mrs. Rye, I commend you for your attention to lacrosse over the years. It's commendable. You've stuck it out this whole time. And I just want to say, there are a few of us on the board who have children who play Division I college, athletics, and as the mother of one who is on a full tuition scholarship, I am thrilled for the opportunity for our lacrosse players to also have that opportunity. And I look forward to watching this sport growing. And as I was sitting here, I got a text from a neighbor reminding me just how much time these kids devote to this sport, and how hard they've worked and how much they really deserve this. And so I'm really excited about this opportunity.
And Mrs. Anderson.
As someone who's been around the system for quite a few years, if we grow like we're supposed to be and we're meeting the needs of our students, this is one of those needs as well. And I was around when swimming wasn't part of our VHSL activities, and I remember when we started up swimming, and and there's not as much cost with swimming because we don't have the amount of equipment to buy for swimming, but still there was a need, and we actually couldn't do it had our city not built recreation centers. So there's all these things that happen as we progress in time, and so I remember when we first started talking about lacrosse a few years ago, we didn't even have a team at Bayside at all. And so it was heartwarming to hear those girls come tonight who were from Bayside, who were so thrilled that they had the opportunity to learn and grow in this program. And just as they are, I think Green Run is the other school that we mentioned that needs to come up with a team. But hopefully there'll be some students from Green Run who were listening tonight and who will become enthused just like those girls were tonight. And I appreciate them coming so much. Anyway, I just all I wanted to say, but I'm in favor of this, and I have been in favor of it and supportive of it. And like we know that it's a growing sport, not only in Virginia Beach, but around the country.
Mrs. Riggs.
I'm thrilled to see that it's finally coming to fruition. I remember all of you guys coming, the last couple of years, and it's just very enlightening to see, like Ms. Felton said, all of our diversified female athletes in lacrosse, and I'm thrilled that we can do this. And I was thinking it would be a couple more years, but I'm glad we can do it this year. Hopefully, everybody will agree that. Well, that's what I mean, the next upcoming year. So that would be great. So I'm looking forward to it.
Okay, we all know who to send questions to in the meantime, and we'll look for this on the next agenda. Thank you.
I'll just mention this. I realize we are a bit down the road, but we'll also work with HR Lacrosse and some of our other lacrosse experts and take a look at some of the research out there about the helmets issue, because it might be worth, if that's something we're going to look at, going ahead and adjusting costs for you before you vote, so you have a real look at that. I don't want that to be after the fact having to scramble to find that money instead of knowing it's there in reversion and that we're going to develop it into the operating budget and you're okay with that. So we'll take a look at that issue.
Okay. So now we have Mrs. Linetti to introduce some new policies for consideration.
Good evening, Madam Chair, Vice Chair, School Board members, and Dr. Spence. I'm Cammie Linetti, School Board Legal Counsel. And tonight on the information agenda, I will be providing information on 3 policies that came through the Policy Review Committee. The first one is in section 3. Remember, 3 is your business and non-instructional. It actually is related to the second policy that we'll go over. This one, we're expanding an existing policy to adjust to new requirements that have come in the last 2 years by the General Assembly involving testing mold, water, air testing. Some of the things are now required. We needed to update our policy. So policy 360, we're going to be recommending that it be changed to safety, testing, maintenance reporting for radon, mold, lead, and other items. You'll see what we did was take a very small policy and break it up to recognize the different areas that are now required. First section would be under radar and testing and measurement. This has been something existing in your policy for a while. One of the areas we now have to add is mold testing. So we're actually offering a section B, mold testing and reporting. Section C, potable water, lead testing and reporting. You know the issues we've had with that. Section D, we've added other potentially hazardous substances in public schools or facilities. Knowing that there have been many changes to the law, we added a subsection in here in case there are other requirements that come in, so we don't have to amend this right away. And then the reporting requirements that are necessary to let families know about some of the division buildings and testing requirements that have raised health concerns for the individuals in those buildings. So those recommendations would be coming out of, recommendation would be coming for 360. Before you look at that, I'm just going to take you over very quickly to look at 372, which is your second policy, also in the business section. 372 has to do safety water management program to prevent Legionella growth. Very similar to what we were seeing in the policy before. When looking at the new law that came out, we felt that there needed to be a separate policy to comply with that law. So this will be a brand new policy you'll be adopting having to do with Legionella growth. We at that time decided to not put it in the policy. You were just looking at the 360 because we felt that the law was requiring us to have a separate policy on that. They're somewhat related on that, but again, having to do with both the testing and the management programs, recognizing things that we are already doing in our school division. We're just updating your policies to be consistent. Are there any questions on policy 360? Hearing none, are there any questions on policy 372? No questions. I'll move on to policy 530. Section 5 has to do with students. This section's title is graduation requirements and diplomas, certificates. The changes made in this particular section that for the amendments would be under section B, which is locally awarded verified credits. There's some changes to recognize some of the new requirements that are out there and also pulling out some old language that doesn't exist anymore in section B. We've also recognized some of the requirements that have come out of the COVID time period, and that's in section B. For the 2019-20 and 2021 school years, the requirements for awarding the locally awarded verified credits changed, having to do with emergency guidelines. So there's a new paragraph that is being offered in section B to recognize that section. In section C has to do with certificates and diplomas. Under section 1 and section C, we're offering a new paragraph having to recognize that certain protected groups, which are students with disabilities who have IEPs or 504 plans, who meet specific required credit accommodation criteria, are not subject to the limit on the locally awarded verified credit that you saw in the paragraph before, and that their annual IEP will address that. So we're recognizing some of the requirements for our students with disabilities. There's a little bit of renumbering that comes out of that and some Scrivener changes in the rest of the policy. But these changes are put in place to recognize issues that have come up in the last 2 years with locally awarded verified credits. Are there any questions about this policy?
We seem to be good right now. We'll see you
Then
again
that'll be in the
shortly.
information
Okay.
page.
So we are up to consent agenda, and we have 4 items tonight: environmental studies program, implementation evaluation, B, energy performance contract, C, school year 2021 annual field trip report, D, Callum High School West Neck Road Phase 4 agreement of sale. So a motion to approve? Mrs. Riggs, and a second, Mrs. Franklin. All in favor, show a raised hand, please.
Madam Chair, we have 10 ayes. The motion passed.
Thank you. Now the action portion of the agenda, starting with the personnel report, administrative appointments. Motion to approve? Mrs. Anderson, and a second. Ms. Owens. Any discussion? And please show your approval with a raised hand.
Madam Chair, we have 10 ayes. The motion passed.
Thank you. And Dr. Spence, you have some information to share with us, yes?
I do, yes, ma'am. Thank you. Some administrative recommendations you've approved this evening. I'd like to start with Eric Landon. Mr. Landon has served as a teacher in Florida, Ohio, and Suffolk, as well as a teacher here at Luxford Elementary School. Most recently, he's been serving as an assistant principal at St. Gregory the Great Catholic School. We're pleased this evening that you've accepted our recommendation for him to return to Virginia Beach as the next assistant principal at Malibu Elementary School. So that's okay. So congratulations to Mr. Landon. We also want to recognize Keith Goodman Jr. Mr. Goodman has served as a teacher and dean of students in Norfolk Public Schools. Most recently has been serving in Virginia Beach as an instructional specialist for science in the Department of Teaching and Learning, and we're pleased that you've accepted our recommendation for Mr. Goodman to serve as the next coordinator for secondary science in the Department of Teaching and Learning. And I'd also like to recognize Bridget Mariano. Ms. Mariano has served with distinction in Virginia Beach as a teacher at Ocean Lakes High School. She's been in CRS at Kempsville High School and ITS at Ocean Lakes High School. Most recently has been serving as an instructional specialist for STEM and innovation in the Department of Teaching and Learning. And we're pleased you've accepted our recommendation for her to serve as the next coordinator for K-12 programs and grants in the Department of Teaching and Learning. Congratulations to all of these individuals.
And we echo that. All right, action item B, establishment of legal services department. I will read the recommendation and take a motion in a second and then a discussion. So off of the cover sheet, as a reminder, this is that the school board created Department of Legal Services to be effective July 1, 2022, to include the hiring of in-house legal counsel as officers and employees of the school board, and that the currently assigned in-house legal counsel constitutes such hires, and authorize the superintendent to develop job descriptions and contracts, budget for necessary expenses, hire outside counsel to assist with the process, and in consultation with the school board governance committee, take other actions for the school board to create a Department of Legal Services. So a motion to approve, Mrs. Riggs, a second, Mrs. Anderson. Questions and or discussion?
I can just offer a little bit of background because we haven't really discussed this that much with our public. So as we've talked a little bit about, the city council has been having some conversations, as has the school board, about discontinuing the cooperative agreement for legal services with the school board. That's a cooperative agreement that extends all the way back to 1996 and has created the agreement where the city attorney's office actually has the school board counsel working in that office and is assigned on kind of a permanent basis to the school board, along with other staff from the city attorney's office to support that work, including 2 attorneys and now a paralegal and a clerical assistant. It is, I think, general recommendation at this point that we go ahead and create that separation and that we create a Department of Legal Services that would work exclusively for the school board and not for the city attorney's office, to go ahead and separate those 2 things. And this was discussed with the governance committee, and I believe the governance committee in that conversation and in a broader conversation is recommending that our currently assigned in-house legal counsel, that's Ms. Linetti, and Danielle, and I don't know why her last name is Coughlin. McGyver, yes, sorry about that. Hall McGyver. I had Coughlin in my mind. Come on board in order to into the new department, and so that we retain them, as well as have then further conversation about how we create that department and staff it. The current recommendation is that the new position is considered the chief legal officer, which would align with the existing structure of departments at this time. And then that person would help determine the functions of the department and the other positions within that. And in this case, the recommendation would be that that's Ms. Linetti. And that she be given the authority to make arrangements for the new department and the hiring of staff. And then, of course, we would work with you on budget decisions. So that's another part of this that needs to be handled, and that's why we need this action to take place now, so that as we develop the new budget, we can make sure that we've got all appropriate budget developed within our operating budget, and that is not going to be significantly different. As we've talked a little bit about, you already have a budget for staff, you already have a budget for the folks who are in the city's attorney's office, and an additional budget for some additional legal services. So most of the budget will be around things like furniture and computer equipment and those, so it won't be a significant cost to the division to make that adjustment. We do need to look at the record management system, but that's a recommendation we'll ask Ms. Linetti to make should this go through, and then we'll work with her on the budget for that.
Thank you for that background, Dr. Spence. So opportunity for, again, the recommendation does capture where this board landed 2 weeks ago when we last met. But having said that, now's the opportunity for questions or.
I did forget to add one other part of that motion that is important that you do know you're voting on, is that we are asking for the opportunity to hire outside legal counsel to support us in the development of contracts for your counsel, and just to guide us through that process, because the setting up of a legal office is a pretty specialized thing, as you can imagine.
Does anybody need for me to read the recommendation again, or the motion, I should say? So refresh my memory, we did take a motion and a second, right? All right.
Yes, we do have a motion,
So,
we do have a second.
All right, then it appears then that we are ready to vote. So everyone in favor, please show a raised hand.
Madam Chair, we have 10 ayes, the motion passed.
Okay, we look forward to next steps. So now we are up to action item C, and I took a bit of time last meeting to talk about the nomination of Mrs. Sharon Felton, or to submit the nomination, our approval to the Tidewater VSBA to consider Mrs. Felton for the position of and it is chair, Tidewater Regional Chair. She presently serves in the vice chair position these last 2 years. And last week we did go through the essential duties of the office. So with that, we'll take a motion, and then we'll take any motion.
May I
to
make a
approve.
motion? I make a motion that we approve Sharon Felton for as our recommendation for the Tidewater Regional Chair nomination.
And a second. Mrs. Holtz. Okay. And Mrs. Melnick, you would like to comment?
Mrs. Felton, I have proudly served on this board with you since 2014. And I must say, you carry yourself with grace and kindness. You are a gift to this community. You are engaged. You are always available to our constituents, and it will be my honor and pleasure to vote for you. You have been committed to this board for 7 years, and your commitment to the VSBA has been unwavering, and I, again, will proudly cast my vote to send you forward to represent us.
I will state for the record Mrs. Felton's loyalty and commitment to VSBA professional development in the entire 7 years that I've served alongside of you. And so I think that's a very relevant point to make with respect to this position, that from the get-go, you've attended a lot of things I have not just the annual convention in Williamsburg, but, you know, as most of us know, there are always these other niche topics. And whether it had to do with lobbying or equity and all the other extras that they throw in, you've often been our representative representative at those other sessions. All right, last call for comments, so we'll go ahead then and vote. All in favor, show a raised hand, please.
We have, okay, we have 10 ayes. The motion did pass.
Okay. So we'll talk about who's supposed to pass on the notice to the powers that be.
Madam Chair, if I could have this
Please.
2 minutes I feel honored to have been voted in by my colleagues. Thank you for your vote and your support, your continued support. You're supporting me as well. To have nominated me for the VSBA Tidewater Regional Chair nominee. This region holds 18 other divisions that I will be serving over, and I promise you that I will not let that hamper my business that I do for my own board, my own division as well. The official vote to vote me in will take place, I believe, on November the 17th, along with all the other members of the VSBA, and the other division will vote me in, hopefully, on that day. Again, words cannot express how much I do appreciate your vote of confidence in putting me in this position. Thank you so much, and I will make you proud.
And with your permission, I'd like to resend out to the board, because I did qualify this with VSBA, and this reminded me, or I wouldn't have thought to mention it. You don't have to be registered for the conference to join in on the Tidewater Regional meeting is virtual, and it's the Monday before the conference begins in Williamsburg. So we will resend you, or I'll try to dig up the original, the VSBA email. And I did get that confirmed just last week. Mrs. Felton didn't even know I had, I just thought that question needed to be answered so that, so hopefully as many of us as possible can zoom into that meeting and show our support that way. Okay. All right, we have Mrs. Linetti back with, these are now PRC recommendations for action tonight.
These are matters that you will be voting on this evening. If you remember from the last school board meeting, we were looking at a number of policies, bylaws and policies. And one of them we were having a hard time figuring out how you wanted to vote on. That was bylaw 132. That was sent back to the PRC to look at, along with bylaw 148 and bylaw 716. So we're coming back with recommendations today. So let's start back with bylaw 132. Bylaw 132, the new title would be Adoption, Amendment, Repeal, or Suspension for Policies. What we decided to do when looking at this was to divide this bylaw up a little bit to try to make it clearer. So the first section has to do with approval for content and sufficiency. There's only minor scrivener changes in this section, so I won't go over those. We then took section B would be format of presentation. The only recommendation we're making is in the final sentence. You would add, the final sentence would read, the superintendent designee is authorized to make scrivener's changes to any bylaw, policy, or regulation when a mistake or grammatical error or formatting style is evident, and such changes do not materially affect the content of the bylaw, policy, or regulation, and will inform the policy review committee of such bylaw or policy changes. After discussion, we wanted to make sure if we made a change, you knew what had been made, so you could challenge that if you felt it was an inappropriate change. The major change we were looking at for this bylaw had to do with section C and D. Section C, we are now recommending that it would read adoption, amendment, and repeal, and then we're going to put suspension in its new section D. So this would be, we then broke it up to try to make it a little bit easier to read. Under section 1, it would be request to adopt, amend, or repeal a policy should be submitted to school board members and to the superintendent or designee in writing prior to the school board meeting at which such proposed action will be reviewed or discussed. New section 2, a vote for adoption, amendment, or repeal shall take place at a subsequent meeting of the school board. And this is where a lot of the questions came in. A majority vote of the school board members present at the meeting will be needed for the adoption, amendment, or repeal of a policy. 3, the school board may, by an affirmative vote of 2/3 of the school board members present at the meeting, parentheses, rounding up for a fractional member, end parentheses, move to adopt, amend, or repeal the policy at the present meeting. Then we would have sections D, which would be suspension, would read, policies may be suspended in whole or in part by the school board upon a majority vote of the school board members present at the meeting when, prior to the start of the informal workshop session of the meeting or the formal meeting, if there's no scheduled informal workshop meeting, there is 8 hours notice of the proposed suspension has been provided in writing or upon a unanimous vote of the school board members present at the meeting when no such written notice has been given. A lot of discussion about making sure if you were going to do something significant like suspension that you had allowed the other school board members to know what it was you were suggesting so they weren't coming into a school board meeting cold trying to determine what it was you were asking them to do. So those were the recommendations that came out of the PRC. I don't know if any of the PRC members want to further explain how they got to this.
I'm sorry, Mrs. Anderson.
So, I would like to make a motion to amend.
Excuse me, Madam Chair, a motion and a
sorry.
second was
I
not
apologize.
taken on the beginning of this section.
Thank you. So, so we're on 132, bylaw 132 as presented to this point. Motion to approve. Mrs. Felton, and a second. Mrs. Melnick. All right, now it's open for discussion.
So I would like to make a motion to amend C3.
Mrs. Anderson, for
And
those of you looking at, you were given a copy of this draft, if you need to see that.
Yes, I
to look
provided
at.
a copy to everyone, and I also emailed it to everyone last night as well. So that C3 would read, the school board may choose to adopt, amend, or repeal a policy at the same meeting when first presented if there is an affirmative vote of 7 of 11 school board members present or an affirmative vote of a majority plus 1. And I believe I have a second.
Mrs. Riggs.
I'd like to second that motion.
All right. Discussion. Mrs. Weems?
Yeah, I was gonna ask a question about 2 or 3, and it still applies. So you need to probably change 2 also, because 2 is saying that a majority vote can be needed for adoption, amendment, or repeal.
No.
Then 3,
3 is different, because 3 is, it only applies if we would choose to adopt, amend, or repeal a policy at the same meeting
Oh,
when
the
it's
same
first
meeting, okay.
presented. It has nothing to do with if, like tonight we're hearing information and the next meeting we're gonna vote. This is occasionally, and this has happened, I don't know, maybe once or twice since I've been on the board. I remember, Mr. Edwards would say, if there's no objection, we're gonna just go ahead and bring this up for a vote, at the end of the meeting when we have, more action needed, that type of thing. It doesn't happen very often, but if it does happen, we would choose to do it at the same meeting that it's presented for the first time. And so we would need not just a simple majority, but we would need a majority plus 1. And by the way, on the current, I brought a copy of the current bylaw as it is now, right now. In the current bylaw, it states policies may be suspended in whole or, I'm sorry. I don't believe it's even addressed. It's not even addressed in the current bylaw if you want to do it on the same night. It's not even addressed at all. So this is a little bit more stringent. It's not just a simple majority, but it is a majority plus 1 more. So if we had 11, it would be 7. If we had 10 members, it's still 7, because you'd have to have a majority of 6 plus 1 more. So it's a little bit more stringent, but And it, like I said, it doesn't happen very often, but occasionally we need to do it, so.
Mrs. Hughes.
So I would not be able to support this with just the 7. This is one of the things that I really pushed for, having at least a 2/3 vote. Typically, when we have things out there for information, there's time for the public to weigh in, there's time for us to weigh in, there's time to ask questions. Sometimes we ask questions that require people that go back and get more information and bring it back to us. And I really think that if there's something so important that we have to vote on it tonight, instead of allowing our process of, information and then moving it to consent or action, whichever one it goes to. I don't think you should have any problem getting 2/3 vote. I think if you're getting less than 2/3 vote, either it's not as much of an emergency as you think it is, or not everybody feels prepared to vote on it that night because they may need more information. And I really think if it's that big a deal and you need to move that quickly, you won't have any problem getting 2/3 vote.
Anybody else? Excuse me. Anybody else? All right, so we'll go ahead and vote first on the substitute motion. Is that what we're calling it? Which, do you want to read it one more time?
C3 would be, the school board may choose to adopt, amend, or repeal a policy at the same meeting when it's first presented if there is an affirmative vote of 7 of 11 school board members present, or an affirmative vote of a majority plus 1. Where,
And just clarity to Mrs. Linetti, would this then require a second vote on the full bylaw, or we're voting on the full bylaw as amended?
If she's substituting this entire amended in there, my understanding was if there were no other changes, it looked just like the one I just read to you, except she would be swapping out C3 for what was in the agenda package on there. So if you adopt her entire amendment, Ms. Anderson, this entire document that was given to you, then this becomes what is adopted.
So I wanted to clarify for everybody. So this would be the full bylaw with that amendment, and you all know what the original version read. So we'll first vote on this per protocol. Oh, Mrs. Franklin.
Oh, I'm just sorry. I actually did email you, Miss Anderson. I probably emailed too late to get a response. And that's okay. But I just wanted to ask, so originally in the original packet that we had for tonight, it did say 2/3.
it does.
Yeah,
In in the original packet tonight.
Yeah, so was there a reason for changing it back to the 7 out of 10? I'm just curious, or the 7 out of 11?
I argued for this when we were in our policy meeting, and we actually I finally just gave up and said, let's just discuss this with the full board. And so that's where we are tonight. We're with the full board having discussion tonight.
Mrs. Hughes.
Yeah, I'd also like to point out that this book discussion has been a big thing, and we've talked about how important it is to follow process. So I think that when we're talking about our own rules for ourselves, we shouldn't make it as easy as possible for us to change our processes midstream. Once we put something out there, the public expects it, we expect it, and there should be a higher bar to ignoring our normal processes. So I don't think we should be holding everything else to, we have a process in place, but then when it comes to us just wanting to do something different, we don't hold ourselves to the same standard.
Could I just say that in several other of our bylaws, we also use the number 7 as the approval. So that's why I wanted, and then so I just thought we changed the wording a little bit so that we don't have to go in and say, well, if there's 10, we still need 6, but still need 7 actually. By this one, we would need, if there's only 10 people present, we would still need 7. So it's not a simple majority, and it is holding us to a little bit higher standard because it's not just a simple majority, and so therefore that's why I'd like for this to pass. Thank you.
All right, so the vote is for the bylaw as amended. Please show your approval with a raised hand.
Okay, we have 7 ayes.
And please show your opposition with a raised hand.
And we have 3 nays with Ms. Franklin, Ms. Hughes, and Ms. Weems. The submotion as amended has passed.
Okay, so now bylaw 148, take a moment to pull that one out if you'd like. Mrs. Linetti, if you can give a quick
Well, before I
recap.
jump ahead, one, we're going to get the motion the second. So,
Oh, yes, okay, forgive me. Motion to approve, Mrs. Riggs, and a second, Mrs. Felton. Okay, discussion.
bylaw 148, again, you've seen this several times in the last month or two. This has to do with decorum and order at school board meetings. And it was sent back to us to look at. In particular, we were looking at a lot having to do with displays and signs. We did a little reworking of some of the language. Not anything significant in Section A. Section A is purpose of decorum and order of meetings. Again, we added the introductory sentence you see there. We expanded out a little in Section 2, which talks about how people sign up for meetings and the purpose for doing that. But there were not really significant changes in Section 2. I'm sorry, A2. B is limitations on the addressing the school board. Again, we talked about during public comment section, you're going to limit the matters to the comments to matters relevant to pre-K through 12 education, Virginia Beach. You saw that language through our other policies and bylaws. Section 2 had to do, we added the word profanity in with refrain from obscenity, vulgarity, profanity, and comments or actions with intent to incite violence or other breach of peace. You added Section 4. During special meetings of school board or public hearings, the school board may set different rules or time limits for public comments that give you some flexibility. Significant changes happen in Section C, and again, you've seen most of this before. C is other expressive activities during meetings. First section would be public comments during meetings limited to matters relevant to public education, the business of the school board. That whole paragraph goes through this, but I'll read that for you quickly. At regular school board meetings, the school board accepts public comment during designated sections of the meeting agenda. The public comment sections of school board meetings are limited public forums for the sole purpose of accepting comments from members of the public relevant to K-12 public education in Virginia Beach and the business of the school board and the school division. The school board does not accept other forms of public comments during meetings or at those times immediately preceding or following meetings. Again, you'll remember my discussion, the importance of you designating when and how you're having meetings and the purpose of what you're accepting comments for. 2 was expressive activities during meetings. Again, to maintain decorum and order and conduct the business of the school board and the school division during meetings, expressive activities by members of the public in meetings will be limited or prohibited. On any day that a meeting is scheduled to take place, the school board prohibits certain expressive activities, including but not limited to the following. What we did in this the following bullets that came out was we tried to combine them a little bit to make them more consistent. The first bullet would be petitioning, demonstrating, picketing, pamphlet distribution, conducting polls and solicitation in the building where the meeting is taking place. Again, those are pretty standard in most decorum rules for school boards and city councils. Second bullet would be displaying or using signs, posters, or other items brought into the meeting room that block the view of persons in or observing the meeting or create a safety concern. Possession of such items while in the meeting locations will not be prohibited. And I can see there's a spelling error right there we need to correct. You remember a discussion on flags. This is where we tried to get this clarified in this section here. It's not a prohibiting of flags that we were concerned about. It was the objects that prevented individuals from being able to see or that were so large and disruptive that they would be a problem during the meeting. The compromise that the PRC came up with was that final line that I read to you. Possession of such items while in the meeting location will not be prohibited. So you can bring the item in with you. That's not really the concern we have. The concern has to do with waving them around or holding them up so that it's disrupting the meeting so that other individuals cannot see what's happening during the meeting. Next bullet is use of noise-making devices. Next bullet after that is use of excessive cheering, booing, clapping, or similar activity that disrupts the meeting as determined by the chair or the designee. Again, the clarification was it is not clapping that's the problem, it gets to the point where that activity is preventing us from moving on with the meeting, that the chair will make a determination on how to handle that. Next bullet is calling out or making comments when not called to address the school board. Again, your offer to the public to make comments is when they're called up, not to be yelling out during the meeting. That allows you to control the meeting and not allow individuals to take extra time that's not granted to other persons in the meeting. Next bullet is intimidation, harassment, or threats to persons in the meeting or who are entering or departing the meeting or the location of the meeting. Next bullet is instigating or attempting to instigate confrontations or other conduct for the purpose of disrupting the meeting. Final bullet is other conduct that violates decorum and order as determined by the chair. We'd be moving to strike out the other language after that. Then we would add a subsection C, 3. School, administration building, or other locations for meetings are not open public forums for public expression. Again, that is the current law. We're trying to make that clarified for them in the bylaw. The school administration building, parentheses, or another building or location where a meeting is scheduled to take place, end parentheses, its grounds and reserved parking spaces are not open for expressive activities unless a facility use request or application has been approved by the superintendent or designees. The superintendent designees are authorized to designate areas of the school administration building, parentheses, or other building or location for a meeting, end parentheses, the grounds and parking lots that may be considered for facility use or application. The superintendent designee are authorized to develop and implement regulations and or procedures related to such facilities, use, requests, or applications. Again, the explanation being that you do control your building. We want to designate those areas. That is a standard practice with your other school buildings. As I pointed out in an administrative directive for the city 3.01, those are also the rules that the city has for the municipal center. You're a little bit more generous in that you will allow somebody to apply for a permit to use these facilities, which is something the city does not do. Subsection D, other methods for communicating with the school board, just clarified in the first paragraph, the actual email. Mrs. Chu's recommendation was that not only could you email at the BB School Board googlegroups.com, but also note that you could email individual school board members on there. That was an addition from the PRC. The next paragraph has to do with the bylaw does not preclude persons addressing the school board from delivering the school board or its clerks written materials, including reports, statements, exhibit letters, signed petitions, and this is where you asked us to clarify that. Prior to or after a meeting, while public speakers are addressing the school board, they may not approach the school board to hand out items, but will instead be directed to leave items with the clerk or designee of the school board to consider after the meeting. We'll work out the details, obviously, with your current configuration of the room. We weren't able to designate a specific area. Just clarifications in the next paragraph. This bylaw does not preclude persons called to addressing the school board during public comment sessions from using a chart or graph or other item during the public comment, so long as that item does not interfere with the school board and other persons observing the meeting from hearing or seeing the speaker, or item does not create a safety issue or otherwise violate the decorum and order rules. Furthermore, nothing herein shall be interpreted to prohibit members of the public from communicating with the school board or the school administration on matters relevant to pre-K-12 public education in Virginia Beach and the business school board and the school division at those times, at times other than meetings, and strike out the rest of that. And again, as we clarified before, subsection E will read, the chair, with the assistance of the superintendent or their designees, shall preserve decorum and order in the room where the meeting is taking place and shall decide all questions of decorum and order during the meeting. School board members may vote to overrule the chair's or designee's decision at the time that the chair or designee makes the decision. The chair or the designee is authorized to work with the superintendent, designees, law enforcement, and authorized agents to maintain order and decorum prior to the start of, during, or immediately after any meeting. There would be a new subsection F. The school administration, law enforcement, authorized agents will have responsibility for maintaining decorum and order outside the meeting room and outside the building where a meeting is taking place. Again, that decision was made that the school board is otherwise engaged here and could not take responsibility for outside of this room. We would renumber G as And then we do new H, at the request of the chair or superintendent or the designees, the city police officer or the law enforcement officer will act as the sergeant at arms at the school board meetings, and we've stricken the rest of that paragraph. So there are minor clarifications coming out of the policy review committee, but we think that this more accurately reflects the rules and conditions that you were seeking.
Questions or discussion? Up. Mrs. Hughes, then Mrs. Anderson. Ms. Owens?
Mine is just a brief little typo that's on section C2 and the expressive activities. Maybe this is the third paragraph where it talks about possession of such items. Just items is misspelled.
Yes, I saw that. Thank you.
Mrs. Hughes, then Mrs. Anderson.
Yeah, I do not support this bylaw either. And, you know, I thought it was kind of ironic that earlier we had somebody praise Cammie about speaking so passionately about the First Amendment right of, you know, different books in the library, and even if things are uncomfortable. And I don't understand why we're not doing this here. We're speaking very passionately against the First Amendment here because parents are coming in and discussing their children and making people uncomfortable. That's unfortunate. I mean, we work for them, and they're made to feel very unwelcome here. In fact, just the instructions at the beginning of the meeting last longer than anyone's allowed to talk. So this is a blatant attempt to just limit the public from speaking, and I can't support this.
Mrs.
So,
Anderson.
I believe I heard you say, real quickly, under C3, you indicated that the city does not have this?
The city has, and we've shown this before to you before, Administrative Directive 3.01. And that talks about the municipal center, and obviously this building is a part of the municipal center. It also restricts expressive activities. Now, this law is not new. What's considered a traditional open forum where anybody can protest to whatever contact they want to do. Streets, parks are known for that. Sidewalks, and for our case in the municipal center, that means the perimeter sidewalks, not the internal sidewalks. You can always go out there and protest as long as you're otherwise cooperating with the law. Other property and buildings, government buildings, you need to designate whether you're going to allow people in or not. And when you designate, that's what we call the difference between an open forum and a traditional open forum, again, as I mentioned, at parks and streets. Limited open forums are what you're doing here. The public doesn't automatically have a right to come in here. You've allowed them to come in, so you need to define the rules for when they can come in and how they're going to participate. We generally call that a limited forum, a limited open forum, and there's certain forums that are just not open. You cannot walk into a school building if you're a member of the public and just start talking or do a demonstration in the middle of the school, because those are not open. Our students have different rights and our staff have different rights in the building, but the public cannot just walk into an elementary school in the middle of the day and do that. Those are closed forums. You don't have the right there. So what we were doing here was to make sure it's clear as to what our understanding on the school administration building is. It's clear at schools, but it's not always clear on administrative buildings. And it's this building, but you have other administrative buildings. Not that you can't come there, it's that they're not traditional open forums and you would need to file for a permit so we can talk about what areas you can work with. And again, you have a permitting system or facility use system in your schools. I think you mentioned La Crosse, I talked about earlier. You have to apply for a permit. There are rules we find in there. What the city has in Administrative Directive 3.01 is they actually do not allow within the parking lots or the grounds in the municipal center to have these type of activities on there. The difference between what you're doing here is that you're recognizing, and as I mentioned before, we've determined that you have expressive control over this building and the parking lot areas on there. This will allow somebody who wants to use this property to come in, file the same permit or facility use request and say, this is what we would like to do, this is how many people we're bringing, and just like you would do with any other application for this, you would determine what's appropriate, whether you can do that. The advantage to doing this also and making this clear is that if you have multiple groups coming here, you know who's supposed to be here. So that's what we're trying to do in this particular paragraph, is make it clear that we're gonna control that, and then there will be a process for this.
Right, so by people having to request, a use request, to fill out a use request, it would kind of keep opposing groups from trying to use the same area out there. We wouldn't want that to happen because that could create a real problem. So I think this is good because it definitely gives us a little say on, so we don't have like 3 or 4 different organizations and they would have to have the use request on there. So I think that this is a good thing to have. So I thank you.
Okay, Mrs. Melnick, then Mrs. Weems.
So this policy does not limit speech. And
This is the time, place, or manner restriction.
Anyone who says that we don't want to listen to the public is being disingenuous at best. We listen to every person who signs up. The problem is decorum. That's the problem. It's how people act when they come in here. That is the unfair part, not only to this board, but to this community. And people watch, and we say this every school board meeting, we are must-see TV. I have knocked thousands of doors, and I tell you, everybody I talk to says, I am so sorry that you go through what you go through on that school board. I think right now, the 19 students that came and spoke tonight should be commended for their decorum, despite what they've had to watch over the past 18 months. They know better, and they act better. And we listened to them. Most of us sat up straight, and we were intent, and we hung on their every word because they presented themselves the way they should in this public forum. And again, to say that we want to limit speech is a terrible thing to say. It is 10:01, and there have been plenty of times that we have been here past midnight. So to say that is ridiculous. And we are proud and happy to listen to this public, and we do. As a matter of fact, I think I even remember just tonight, we asked to just extend that 8 o'clock time frame so that we could finish out our speaker list to listen. And so I ask that you really consider our school board meetings when you're thinking about whether or not we limit the public.
Mrs. Weems and then Mrs. Hughes.
Yes, I do agree that most of us listen to the public when they're in here. Some of us on the dais behind our mask laugh as the public is speaking if we disagree with them, and some of us sit up here on the dais and call our speakers crazy. So, looking at a speaker and listening and pretending to listen, could be a little bit different, a little bit better. But it's interesting because my colleague just said that decorum in the building, and I do believe that we need to have decorum in the building for both school board members and our public. But, and I can go with some of this decorum inside the building, but I don't know how the chair is going to determine what is excessive cheering or clapping or calling out comments. Is it she or maybe in the future he, going to do that when people are cheering because of things that we don't like to hear? Or is it going to be excessive cheering when you have an award or a team coming here and getting state championship? Because I know I've witnessed a lot of excessive cheering. So again, that puts a very subjective call on our chairman.
Can I comment on that? Because I did ask the PRC to review that.
Can I finish?
Sure.
And then yeah, thank you. And then the parking lot space, I mean, this is 6 pages of restrictions. Yeah, we're going to still listen to people when they come in here. But this is 6 pages of restrictions. And it is restricting. I mean, we had 19 students out there. I went out there and I thanked the students for coming. Did I agree with all the students, what they were saying? No. They met with some other of our community members that were out there. They had opposing opinions tonight. They listened to each other. There was no problem. There was no harassing. Some people asked the students to come and speak. The students spoke what their beliefs were, and then other gentlemen and women spoke. It was dialogue. It was listening to each other. There was no problems out there. And for this, it's just curious how all of a sudden that, you know, we can't have people in the parking lot because the city doesn't do it and blah, 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 blah. It's just curious that it comes up now when we've had so many people to come forward and say things that they don't like and making some of my colleagues uncomfortable. And sure, I don't like yelling and screaming, and I don't like cussing inside the building. But I do not have any problem, and I don't know how we have problems with saying that for them to assemble. I mean, 2 weeks ago, 3 or 4 of you kept saying, I love the flag, I love parents, I love assembly, I love assembly. And now, all of a sudden, you know, that is restricted. And there hasn't been any problems, and now we're talking about all these opposing groups. So we had, if you want to call them groups, we have 2 opposing groups out there today, and there was not one problem. It was respectful. I went out there and I spoke to people from both, if you want to call them groups, I call them community with different ideas and different perceptions. But I spoke to them and I heard some of them speak, and what I witnessed was not problematic. So, again, we restrict and we say all these things, and right when we welcome them, there's so many rules and everything, and this 6 pages of restrictions is not welcoming parental input at all. And so I will not at all support this policy, no way.
Mrs. Hughes and then Mrs. Melnick.
Yeah, I actually think it's disingenuous to claim that we're not trying to restrict the public. It's very clear that we are. This is the tail end of about 17 policies that we're trying, that somebody decided we needed to push through all at once. And this is kind of the last remnants of them. I'm not a fan of claiming that people gathering outside is the same as allowing people to walk into a school building. A school building during instructional time is not the same as citizens gathered outside. It's not analogous at all. Limiting what people do inside of a building, because I do think you should have a permit to gather inside of a building. You're using someone else's building. There may be custodial services, and these are things that were discussed during the PRC meeting. You don't have any of that for outdoors, and it is absolutely not the same thing. You're comparing apples to oranges, and this absolutely does limit the public. And I've been out knocking doors too, and I've heard, I'm sorry for all you have to go through, but that mainly has to do with what is perceived as the general attitude toward the public in here. As far as city council buildings, I was out there when they had well over 1,000 people gathered. Nobody said a word. There was no permit. In fact, they let people set up a TV screen because they couldn't see what was going on inside there, and nobody said a word. And if you want to be like city council, quit shutting down your fellow board members, quit shutting down the public. You don't have to like what somebody's saying. And Ms. Weems is absolutely right. We watched those teenagers, those students out there with people, and the Students First group, they invited those students to come up to the mic and address the crowd. It was a very friendly group on both sides, and there were opposing viewpoints. You claim that you want understanding, but you're concerned about people with different viewpoints having conversations with each other, which is the best way for people to develop understanding of each other. And we watched 2 groups do that out there tonight. And this would completely shut that down. That doesn't make any sense. It's completely contrary to what you claim you want to happen.
I hear you because of the talking on the dais. Can you please repeat that last sentence? We've got a sidebar up here and I can't follow you. Would you please complete the last sentence, please? And would you please let Ms. Hughes talk? Thank you very much. I didn't say a word. Y'all are talking. Yes, you are. Ms. Hughes,
Please,
would you
okay,
please respond? I couldn't follow that last sentence.
I can hear y'all from here.
Okay, let's
Meanwhile,
translate.
yes, we had 2 opposing groups out there. And one of the opposing groups invited the other group to come up to the mic and talk. People spoke to each other. They developed some understanding of each other. They found some common ground. We had students come in here and say, while I disagree, I understand what some of the parents are saying. We had parents outside saying, well, I disagree, but we understand your viewpoint. That would not happen if we weren't allowing these people to have one-on-one conversations. You claim that that's what you want, is for people to understand each other, and then you shut down every opportunity for that to actually happen. And that doesn't make any sense at all. There's this narrative, and it's an incorrect narrative, of all the danger going on out here, yet a FOIA request was made for all the complaints about harassment. Zero. It netted zero. So this is a narrative, and this is an attempt to shut down the public. You want there to be optics that everybody agrees with what's going on in here and that it's cohesive. And it's not, and it's okay. It's okay to have opposing viewpoints. It's okay to have people come in here and tell us when they think we're doing it wrong. That's who we work for. It is okay for those opposing viewpoints to be out there and to discuss things with us, to send emails, to speak here, and to gather out front. And the reason they keep doing it is because they know you're not listening. And the more frustrated they get, the more you try to shut them down. And it is absolutely inexcusable. And I can't support this. I am not going to be a part of shutting down the public.
So if I may, Mrs. Linetti, can you just cover briefly, because we really didn't touch on the liability piece tonight, what that component of it, and also where would they, if this passes, where they still are free to assemble? Do you have some idea for us to share where outside they would?
I didn't get into that detail when I was helping you draft this. I assumed that you would, the superintendent, would work on where one of the things that always people don't understand. A lot of this is not new. It's not created. This is what the law says about some of these things. The issue I have is if you were to go to a court, if we were to be sued for something happening outside, the court would say, well, what are your rules? Where have you defined your property? Is this open for anybody to come to? Because it's your property and you have the right to determine how it's open and when it's open and how it will be used. And you need to have rules. So that's what we were trying to get to with the rules. There are issues, and you can imagine a group goes to a school, has a large event, and the property's damaged. There's a fire, something happens. Who's responsible? Who do you go after? Now, you might say, well, we would find that individual. We might, but normally if a group comes in, you would have to determine who's responsible, how are you going to deal with it. You also need to know, are there going to be 500 people outside? Are there going to be 200 people outside? Because 500 people, you might require security, you might require bathrooms. That's sort of the reason why you have an application and process and you talk about it. Not everything is going to require insurance. That's something the superintendent will determine. He and the staff would probably determine what areas are in there. One of the things we want to make very clear is that the ingress and egress to the building has to remain open. Those are never areas that you can block or demonstrate on. Those have to be available. It's a safety issue. You have several hundred people that work in this building, and you know when your meetings start, they're coming in and out for the day. This is also where you come for human resources and other issues. A lot of people come to this building, so we need to let them do their business on this. We would want to make clear that if you wanted to have a demonstration, a group, you can't block the sidewalks. You can be over in the grass over here or this area. We wouldn't want them to take the entire parking lot if we have people parking and need to get in and out. That's a safety issue to get them in and out, so we want to know where in the parking lot, how long you would want to be there. And then obviously for liability issues, if you damage the property, if you cause it, who's responsible? As I mentioned before, what if you have multiple groups and they all show up? Well, the group that files the application has gotten permission. They're going to be the ones who say, yes, they have this area. You may go in that other area. We might deal with something like that, but we need to know who's in control. We have certainly had issues in this building where there have been complaints about people not being able to get in and out, can't move their cars out, so that's a concern. We would want to make it clear to them, you can be here, but you can't block the employees from leaving from the day. You can't prevent them from getting into their parking spots. Those are the type of things you would deal with, and liability is one issue for us. We have to manage that. We need to know what kind of facilities do you need. Are you going to be knocking on the door? Do we have 200 people that need to come for the bathroom? Do we need to designate a bathroom for that? Do we need extra custodial things? Exact same thing you would do in a school. any group that goes to a school fills out this application. That's really what this is getting to, and there are liability issues. There are things that we need to be careful about. We need to arrange for those, and this is what this allows us to do. Everybody knows what's happening outside, where you're allowed to be, there's no questions, and we can prepare for that. That's the intent of this, not to keep people off the property, is so that you can designate those areas. I did not determine any of that. I assume that that would be something that superintendent and his staff would come back with you, and they would determine what's appropriate on the property.
Thank you. Mrs. Melnick.
So for clarification, this policy, I'm going to say what you just said, is not limiting public speaking. It is encompassing laws, rules, and liability issues. And for the record, I would like to state that I received a message from a citizen who was out there, someone who must have gotten my number off of the website, that said, wanted to let you know, adults out in the lot called some of our students names, and it was very uncomfortable energy with people yelling and talking down to us. I promise you, ... there are problems when a grown adult calls a child a blank, and I will show you that privately. And I will remind this body that one of the people on the adult list also said they would be investigating our students. The 19 that spoke, they will be investigating that. And if that's what we want to present to this community, that if you come in and speak, that some people who have differing opinions from you are going to investigate our students or make people feel so uncomfortable outside, that's nothing I want to be a part of. I will not sit back and allow our students to be threatened that way in any way. That's scary to me. And this is new. The policy is not new, but this energy is new. And this energy is not going to be around forever. This too will pass, as does everything else. We just have a hump to get over right now. And we do listen to these people. We do read their emails, and we sit here to the middle of the night doing it. And I ask that we call this vote.
Final call. All right, all in favor of this amended bylaw as revised, please show a raised hand.
Madam Chair, we have 8 ayes.
All opposed, please show a raised hand.
And we have 2 nays with Ms. Hughes and Ms. Weems, so the motion did pass.
Okay, that leaves
Two
one-
more.
Two more.
You need a motion and a second.
Yes. Policy 529, awards for achievement, class rank, honor designations. Motion to approve. Mrs. Riggs and a second, Mrs. Felton. Discussion.
On policy 529, again, then subsection, section 5 of your policies are students. This one is titled Awards for Achievement, Class Rank, Honor Designations. The significant changes we made in this recommendation for amendments in this one happened in what would have been D. And this is a practice you've actually have in place. We just simply have not had this policy up for review before policy review. That we would be striking the valedictorians, salutatorians. We would create it, the new subsection D would be class rank, and you would strike out some of the language that was there originally. You would do F was going to be honor designations. One of the significant changes we added from the PRC of the last meeting was in the first sentence, beginning with the 9th grade cohort of students, parentheses, class of 2022, and parentheses, entering high school in the fall of 2018, class rank will no longer be reported on a student's transcript or published by the school. And it goes on, just clarifications on that. And there were just a couple minor changes in here. And what we did add is, now if you're going down on E, which is honor designations, you have section 1, you have section 2. Section 2 is the following honor designations, and it talks about some of the grade point averages, how you would designate them. And I believe this was Mrs. Anderson that suggested we had this. We would add section E, which would be honor designations would be added to the student's final transcript. They wanted to clarify that. So that was a change that came out of PRC. those are the only recommended amendments to this particular policy at this time, and I'm not sure if any members of policy review want to discuss these recommendations or not. Yes.
Comments or questions? Mrs. Weems?
I just, for the same reason I didn't support this a year or two or three, whenever it was. Number 3, the designation of valedictorian or salutatorian will not be utilized. I can't support that.
Anybody else? Mrs. Hughes?
Yeah, I wasn't here for the initial vote when y'all took that away from the students, but for the same reason, I cannot support this policy.
For the record, that we do have other policies that already acknowledge this change. This one just, for whatever the reason, is being changed now versus 4 years ago.
Correct. You voted to change this. This policy had not been up before PRC, so this is reflecting what you voted to do.
All right, then, Mrs. Franklin.
I just wanted to kind of stay for the record because after the discussion we had last time in regards to the deletion of the Val-Sal standards or roles, I did actually speak to a couple of colleges about whether or not they use that criteria in acceptance or anything like that. And I just want to say for the record that no college that I spoke to did actually take Val-Sal into account. So I just wanted to let you know that I did look into this, and that's the reason that I feel slightly different now. So anyway, just wanted to point that out.
All right, all in favor of this, this is a policy, not a bylaw. Policy 529 is revised. Please show a raised hand.
Madam Chair, we have 8 ayes.
And all opposed, please show a raised hand.
And we have 2 nays with Ms. Hughes and Ms. Weems. The motion did pass.
And now we get to our final document of the policy of the evening,
Need a motion, a
716.
second?
Yes, a motion to approve. Mrs. Riggs, and a second. Mrs. Melnick, discussion.
Policy 716 is under your last section in your policies, which is community relations. You saw we've had 4 or 5 of these in policies. Last time we brought them to you, we were trying to clean up so they were consistent in how we were handling our buildings. The only reason this was sent back was in case you made significant changes to bylaw 148, that we would need to make them consistent over here in policy 716, which is just general expressive activities in our buildings. We did not make any changes that needed to be reflected in policy 716, so it remains the same as when you saw it the last time it was before the school board.
Comments or discussion? Questions? Mrs. Weems.
Yeah, I'm not going to support this because, again, I'm not really sure why it's under community relations, but just because not open forums for purposes, restrictions, no expressive activities are permitted, prohibited, political activities prohibited, violations. Not going to support it for the same reason I didn't support the other one. Thank you.
Anybody else? All right, all in favor of policy 716 as amended, please show a raised hand.
Madam Chair, we have 8 ayes.
And all opposed, please show a raised hand.
And we have 2 nays with Ms. Hughes and Ms. Weems. The motion did pass.
Okay, and that brings us to E, the adjustments to the 2021-22 school calendar. I have this motion to read, to introduce for a second. I make a motion that the school board approve the superintendent's recommendation for 2-hour early release days for students on the following dates: November 17th, 2021, December 1, 8, and 15 of 2021, and January 5, 12, and 26 of 2022, period. This schedule will provide teachers with 2 hours of unencumbered planning time to complete planning, assessing, and communicating with students, parents, or staff. So a second to open it up, Mrs. Anderson. I believe we left it with, was it you, Mrs. Riggs, who had a question or comment?
Yeah, I was just going to
I
make
mean,
this
again, I'm
proposal.
going back to the workshop.
Yeah, I was just going to say, could we make the proposal tonight? That's all I was going to say.
So, Mrs. Hughes.
Yeah, most of these recommendations I agree with. And I have to say, I agree with reducing non-essential tasks. I agree with pausing new initiatives that involve new skills and training. I agree with making November 24th a holiday, with eliminating talent ed, with changing the pacing, all of that. I feel like we have students who have so much missed time that sending them home 2 hours early multiple times is more missed time, and it creates a logistical nightmare for parents who are going to have to scramble for childcare once a week for several weeks. I'm not a fan of that. I like all of the recommendations except for this one.
Okay, Mrs. Melnick and then Mrs. Riggs.
So I think our teachers have spoken. I think I think we need to be cognizant of the fact that we are 94 teachers down. We have teachers that are substituting. I wish I could throw my hat in to start substituting and helping out. I love the Wednesday early dismissal for, they need this opportunity to continue to plan. We're losing a teacher a week. We're falling in line with other divisions in the region, and I think this is a wonderful opportunity to tell our teachers that we know they're June tired. We see that. We hear you. We love you. We appreciate you. And we're going to help us get through this period of time to the end of the year. I can tell you, after 17 years in the classroom, I can't imagine. I never had June tiredness in October ever. And again, this is a trickle down effect from COVID, and I hope our teachers, well, they're still watching at 10:30, but I hope we send them a clear message this morning that we are supporting them as best we can right now. Ms. Riggs.
Mrs. Riggs and then Ms. Owens.
And yes, I do appreciate the fact that Ms. Hughes brought up the parent situation. That's why I had asked for us to be able to make this motion tonight so they could start working on getting that care. But also, I think they'd be in more dire straits not having a teacher in the classroom for their children. Mm-hmm. And we don't have the substitutes to replace them at this point, and that's why tonight there was even the recommendation that the administration is going to start doing substituting on Mondays and Fridays, which is a great idea, and I really appreciate. I don't think anybody said anything about this, but I think it's a great idea, and thank you very much for guys stepping up to the plate, because you it's not like you don't have a lot to do yourselves here, making sure everything's going right and taking care of all the things, and it's right in the middle of budget season. So but there's always something to do here too, so thank you. I wish I could help you, like I said a couple weeks ago, but I think it's important. This is the major thing the teachers have been telling us. This is what they need. This one thing out of all of it is the thing they need the most. This and the talent ed thing. They need this time to be able to do all of the extras that they're doing, and to be able to give these students what they need to help catch them up is important for the planning time and getting them ready for this. So to me, that's probably one of the most important parts of this whole thing. So thank you.
All right, Ms. Owens, and then Mrs. Williams.
Thank you. I'd actually like to make a substitute motion, and I would move that the school board approve the superintendent's recommendation for the 7 2-hour early release days for students on the following dates, November 17th, and then going to the Fridays, which would be December 3rd, 10th, and 17th of 2021, and then in January, the 7th, 14th, 21st, 28th, and that would be into year 2022, for the same reason, to provide teachers with the 2 hours of unencumbered planning time to complete the planning, assessing, communicating with students, parents, or staff, as well as to use scheduled leave time as requested. I think that I have to represent the voice that I felt like I didn't see on the board prior to me coming on the board, which is single parents, parents who have shared custody arrangements, parents who have children with special needs. When we're looking at doing this early dismissal in the middle of the week, that can be dysregulating for students who are receiving special education services. And I definitely am on board with the importance of adjusting for this time that's needed for our teachers to have planning, for them to have mental health time, for them to be able to go to the doctors or have a day off if they need it. But I would counter that while looking out for the teachers, I want us to also be mindful of the parents who are going to have to make changes in their arrangements, and for the students who are going to be changing up their regular schedule. It may not be as big a deal for some students to go to a different child care provider on a Wednesday afternoon as it may be for other children who need that routine as part of their accommodations to leave school early and go to a different child care provider and then have to be regulated enough to come back the following day on a Thursday. So the Fridays would allow for students who are going to be more disrupted by this to have the weekend to kind of re-regulate and have some just routine, some more routine with the process. I think that there's also benefits for teaching staff, for custody arrangements, for people who are already using grandparents or alternative care providers through the weekend to be able to kind of tack that time on without having to find a midweek babysitter, myself included. I think that there are, I understand that we want teachers to feel still energized on a Wednesday afternoon to be able to utilize the time, but I do trust teachers to make the decisions that are going to be best for them, whether that is that they leave early on that Friday because that's what they need, and they worked late on a Wednesday on their own time, which is what they're doing now, and allowing them to schedule their time as they feel they need it. I don't necessarily feel the need to tack it in the middle of the week to say that that's how they'll use it the best. And so that's why I proposed the substitute, and we'll see if I get a second. Oh, and I have a second.
Who was the second?
So maybe just because some of the viewing public wasn't with us in the workshop, if staff could reiterate how and why they landed on Wednesday?
We looked at Wednesday simply because we really looked at it as hump day. It is getting through that week, and you have repeatedly used the term June tired. They are June tired on Tuesday, on Wednesday, and we thought that they were best served on Wednesday. I can tell you that I will sit at this school administration building and work till 8 or 9 o'clock on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday night. But on Friday, I pack up and I am going home because I am dead tired on Friday. We are trying to do two things here, and I think that it's important that we strike that balance. And what we are trying to do is give teachers planning time, and they have repeatedly said, and in comments that I shared with you, we need more time for planning. I'm just afraid that planning is not going to happen on a Friday, because if I were the teacher in that building, I'm just barely getting through Friday. This past Friday, I substitute as a principal at Thorogood Elementary. Boy, did that day wear me out. But I had the amazing opportunity to speak to so many teachers who are really making a difference for kids and who are struggling to make that difference, but they were the most positive. It was an incredibly inviting school. But what I know is they were dead tired on Fridays. I would suggest to you that if we are trying to meet the request of the teacher assembly, which is for planning time, it's not going to be used for planning time too effectively on a Friday. I would encourage you to look at that Wednesday. It's a great middle of the week refresher for folks, and we've got the majority of our staff in school so that they can use that time for collaborative planning in their PLCs as well.
Okay. Mrs. Weems and then Mrs. Anderson. Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, we have to. So any other questions about the substitute motion? All right, so Mrs. Weems.
Yeah, well, I can appreciate having a mental health couple hours early on a Friday. I mean, this wasn't for that purpose. I mean, this is for the purpose of a 2 hours of unencumbered planning time to complete planning, assessing, and communicating with students, parents, or staff. So I think that, I think it's two different things here. And teacher forum, the teachers have written us. I mean, we talked about this years ago, because one of the school systems, in fact, I remember, maybe it was before Dr. Spence. I don't know if it was a neighboring school system, but they were doing Wednesday afternoon early dismissals, and we kind of talked about it, but we decided we couldn't do it. But I definitely think Wednesday is the day to do it, because we can make sure that the planning is taking place, those teachers are there, plus they can facilitate their planning, what they talked about on that Thursday and Friday, if it's, appropriate to do so the next day. And then hopefully they'll get it done so that Friday at 3:20, they can leave right at 3:20 on Friday because they've done their planning on that Wednesday. So, and I think, I do worry about the parents, because I would be caught in that situation too about daycare. Now, do you know, Dr. Saltner, if, our daycare and different things that are options now, like at the rec centers and all the different things after school, would that be available still early, or is that, do you know, or?
Dr. Robertson,
Yeah, Dr. Robertson, do you
investigated
know if
that, and
any
I'll
of
step
that-
aside and allow him to respond.
So I talked to Harry Young last week with Parks and Rec, and about a 2-hour early release on Wednesdays. He met with his staff on Friday and then met with his staff again on Monday. And quite honestly, they are in the same situation we are. They are struggling with staff. His staff came to him and said, we would love to accommodate that. We just cannot do it.
Okay.
We do not
I mean,
have
it
the
wouldn't
staff.
help everybody, but, so I do understand that, I mean, it's not a perfect situation, but I think that our teachers, I mean, they have been so specific. That has just been the consistent thing, is get things off my plate, get that, what is it called? Yeah, Talonetta Way, and this, and I think, I mean, we've got 3 weeks till November 17th. We've got 5 weeks till December, 3rd or 1st or whatever. And so I think that is given, parents, you're gonna have to, get your neighborhood going, your bus stop going, help take care of other kids, and try to do this, because I think that it's much needed. And again, I think that we've given the public, plenty enough time to come up with, hopefully some solutions to daycare. So, but I definitely think that, Ms. Owens, I appreciate your comments, but I think there's two different things here, and we can maybe tackle that another time. But for this 2 hour, for these 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 days, is for planning purposes. So I'm going to support for the Wednesday. Thank you.
Okay, Mrs. Anderson, then Mrs. Hughes and Mrs. Melnick.
So, Ms. Owens, I appreciate everything you said. Ms. Weems, you're absolutely right. I agree with you on this. As a former teacher who taught for 36 years in the classroom, I was in the classroom for 36 years. I can tell you that if you gave me Friday afternoon, my kids leaving half a day early, I might not leave, but I would just go to my classroom and put my feet up. I don't think I'd get a whole lot of planning done. I'd be so worn out. And that's where our teachers are saying right now. They're saying we need planning time, and we need unencumbered planning time. I hope principals are listening to this, because this action says unencumbered planning time. That it does not mean meeting for something else or having a faculty meeting. It doesn't mean any types of meetings. This is unencumbered planning time to give our teachers time to work on their plans, and this is what they've been begging for. I really believe that they will get planning done on Wednesday afternoon. I agree with you, I don't believe they'll get much planning done on Friday afternoon. I think they're just going to be they're so worn out. And I agree with you, Ms. Owens, that, looking at where students have to go, it might be easier to make arrangements to, go ahead and get them to the grandparents or to the other person who has custody or whatever on a Friday afternoon early instead of a Wednesday or whatever. But I just believe the whole purpose of this is to give our teachers the planning time they've been begging for. And so we would be defeating our purpose if we go to Friday instead of Wednesday. So I'm sorry, but I have to not support the Friday motion.
We have Mrs. Melnick and
Well,
Ms. Owens.
technically, Madam Chair, my question falls out of this substitute motion. And so,
Ms. Owens, are you commenting on your motion?
Yes, I just wanted to throw one kind of final thought. Ultimately, I feel confident that we're going to provide a relief for teachers one way or the other tonight, whether it's the Wednesday or the Friday. And so I can live with however this falls. I do want to point out that, as was mentioned, Parks and Recs are not going to be available to pick this up in the middle of the week for these students, including the students of teachers who now have their young students released from school prior to when they had planned to, and the daycare resources are not available in our city. Maybe it's going to allow them to do planning. Maybe it's going to put the teachers in a new daycare tailspin as well. I just want us to make sure that we're really considering all the possible intentional and unintentional consequences when we're trying to make things better. Daycare resources are tough right now, the same way our teacher resources are tough right now. And so, yes, I agree, having the communities come together and all of those things I agree with. But since the community isn't getting off early on Wednesdays, we are putting people in we're balancing putting the community in a situation for us all to come together and support the teachers. And so I think that there are a lot of factors, including the teachers that we're supposed to be helping. It's been a while for many of us on this board since we have had very small children that can't come home and unlock the door and let themselves in for those 2 hours, including our staff members. All of our 40,000 staff members that obviously they don't all have young children, but there's a good portion of our staff members who now have their children releasing early as well, not just the children that they teach. And so making sure that we're considering all of the possibilities as we're putting this out here with less than a month notice to families at the holiday season when finances are tough during COVID. I support wherever we land because we are going to be giving teachers a support, and I understand that Wednesday is a more refreshed day to do it. Our teachers have been working until whatever their ending time is on Friday every week up till now. We're taking some other stuff off of their plate. However we land with it, I can live with, but I wanted to make sure that I represented, again, the voice that I wanted to make sure I wanted to see represented prior to me coming on the board. And I'm free for us to vote whenever you guys are ready.
And Mrs. Felton, you have a comment to speak to this substitute motion?
Yes, I do. And I'd just like to say thank you, Mr. Saltner, for the explanation, and you speak well to it. And as a commissioner on Park and Recs board, I must say that they are stretched. They are bringing their people out of the office and placing them now in daycare. Even the one that has gotten promoted over at Park and Rec, they have not filled the position because they don't have the other people to go in. They are down 300 people. They're down staff. They're down 97 as well, working in the office, executive office. So we are doing a balancing act. As much as I would like for the teacher to have that Friday, I was thinking all over the place. They need that mental health. They need that getting a planning together as well. But I have to rely on your professional expertise and what you have laid out to me here. And I will, and mind you, Jessica, thought about it. That Friday sounded delicious to me for the teachers. Really, I could see things happening, but I'm going to rely on the professionalism of our staff department right now, and I'm going to hold fast to the Wednesday.
Can we vote?
Well, I just have something to say to Ms.
Wait,
Owens.
Ms. Briggs.
No,
Or
I've
you,
been-
Mrs. Melnick, and then Ms. Briggs.
I just want to say, I understand what you're saying. However, people are still going to have the same issues on a Friday that they're going to have on a Wednesday. So while it may seem like Friday is a little easier because it's the end of the week, those problems are still going to exist for teachers who are going to, to be in a school building who still need that too. So it's whatever day of the week it is, it's going to be tough.
Mrs. Riggs.
I didn't mean to talk again, but I just got a text message that said, please, Wednesday, we're brain dead. I just got that text message, so I just had to say that. And that was from a teacher.
So let's go ahead and vote on Ms. Owens' substitute motion. All in favor, please show a raised hand.
Okay, we have 2 ayes.
And all opposed, a raised hand, please.
And we have 8 nays. The substitute motion did not pass.
So that brings us back to the original motion. If I may just weigh in briefly, Mrs. Hughes, I totally understand about the 2 hours and the student loss of time. And I look at it, I also look at the professional development that we have to backtrack on, and I look at some of these other things that we've pushed back on. We're just between a rock and a hard place right now, and for me, it does come down in the end to by honoring by acknowledging what the teachers need. In my heart, the kids will be the ultimate beneficiaries, and I wish we could do it another way, but This does seem consistent with what other divisions in the region have been trending towards, and so that's, but, thank you for those thoughts, but this is where I'm landing right now. So, Mrs. Melnick?
Can you please address how this will affect Governor's School?
I do not have that answer. When we do adjusted dismissal days, we work with the governor's school, we phone to them and make those arrangements that work with our schedule.
Okay, and Suffolk has joined this effort as well? Is their day a Wednesday?
I do not have the information on Suffolk's Day. There are cities throughout the state that are doing various things. Some have closed schools for an entire week, is one in Richmond City Public Schools. There are just different movements throughout.
I get that. I just don't want our kids to get stranded. Those that leave at the lunch hour, is it a day completely off from there? So I'll just look for that. Thank you.
Yeah, we'll sort that out. Like
Okay.
we do. We do that every time we have an adjusted dismissal, so we'll sort that out.
Okay.
All right, then. So, Mrs. Felton?
And I'll try not to take long. And I just want to make my remark on this, what we're going to vote on now. And Mr. Saltner, thank you for reminding us of the state law of the 5 days in school. I pondered with that because of learning laws in this whole process. That has been my concern and my issue about the students as well. The teachers are a critical component of this education operation. The Lord knows we need them, and we need them to be in a well place, both mentally and physically. And it's nothing like getting a call from a teacher early in the morning going into school saying, I'm burnt out. I don't think I can take it much longer. I think I'm on my way out. I do appreciate the administration for giving us a model and a guideline and a plan. Thank you. Because I didn't see how we could do it or where we were coming from, and I felt very vulnerable. But thank you for this guideline and what you have placed for us. Thank you for your consideration and your concern for our teachers and their well-being and moving forward. I am looking forward to voting on this motion at this time. And again, I'll say again, I rely totally on your professional discretion that what is best for our teachers. And I'm getting texts as we speak now saying thank you.
I'm glad they're validating, and I've
Yeah.
got 40 years of experience to base that.
They are doing that now. Thank you so much.
Okay, so all in favor of the motion on the floor, please show a raised hand.
Madam Chair, we have 9 ayes,
And all opposed, show a raised hand, please.
and we have 1 nay with Ms. Hughes, so the motion did pass.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr.
Thank you.
Saltner and your staff.
Thank you.
All right, so we're close to the end, ladies. Committee, organization, or board reports. Anything to report from your liaison assignments or otherwise, or committees?
Madam Chair, the audit committee is meeting on Thursday, but we have just moved the meeting from 1 o'clock to 2 o'clock. So we did that this morning or yesterday, and so 2 o'clock.
Anybody else?
And in accordance with the provisions of the Virginia Freedom of Information Act, and whereas Section 2.2-3712D of the Code of Virginia requires certification by this school board that such closed meeting was conducted in conformity with Virginia law. Now therefore be it resolved that the School Board of the City of Virginia Beach hereby certifies that to the best of each member's knowledge, only public business matters lawfully exempted from open meeting requirements by Virginia law were discussed in the closed meeting to which this certification applies, and only such public business matters as were identified in the motion by which the closed meeting was convened were heard, discussed, or considered. I need a motion.
Mrs. Anderson and a second, Mrs. Riggs. All in favor, show a raised hand, please.
We have 10 ayes.
All right, we are adjourned.
For you, Madam.